Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to our biennial at home afternoon programme. I really hope that you have been enjoying the schedule so far. I know that we had a really beautiful Shabbat morning service. It's now my pleasure to be able to introduce you to our afternoon keynote speakers, who are going to be Matthew Gould in conversation with Lord Daniel Finkelstein. You'll know that Matthew Gould was the former ambassador to Israel and now the head of technology for the NHS. And Daniel Finkelstein, you'll know from a columnist for The Times. And I'm going to leave them to introduce themselves further and to be in conversation with each other. But please make sure that you're feeding in your questions, as we'll make sure that we get to them at the end of their conversation. So please send in your questions, and I look forward to hearing from you later on in this conversation. Over to you both. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thanks, Rabbi Charlie.
Thank you, Rabbi Charlie. Matthew, you're talking to us, I can see, from the baronial hall in the east wing of your house. What we discussed talking about in terms of collaboration is just to start with a little bit of a description of the two big departments in which you've worked, because of course you were an ambassador and worked in the Foreign Office for many years in different roles, diplomatic roles, and now you've moved over to a very different culture, which is the health department. And in between, you obviously did some work in the culture department. Give us some varying descriptions or reflections on collaboration in those different areas.
It's an interesting question, actually, and I hadn't really thought about it in those terms, but now you've asked it. So there's something intrinsically about diplomacy that pushes it to collaboration. And diplomacy is fundamentally about using the tool of personal relationships and networks to try and achieve goals. So almost by definition, there is something about foreign policy, something about being a diplomat, certainly something about being an ambassador, which is all about talking to people, having relationships, building trust with people, trying to build influence through networks. So I mean, that foreign policy is all about talking, and talking has to be all about influence and collaboration and relationships. Where I am now is obviously a sort of totally different sort of job, because the core of the job is trying to help the NHS and social care transform. And that's actually totally the other end of a telescope, because it's not about talking, it's about trying to affect real change. But there's the nature of the role also pushes me towards working collaboratively, because the NHS is huge. I mean, it's 1.3 million employees. Social care is another couple of million employees. I couldn't possibly have any impact apart from doing it in a really collaborative way. In a project as big as this, the NHS, I mean, laying aside the current crisis, but the NHS is a tenth of the economy. It's vast. And so the idea that you could affect change in something so complex and so enormous and distributed, except through building collaboration, building coalitions, trying to work out a common way forward that other people can buy into, I think would be for the birds.
Well, this week, the Nobel Prize winner Oliver Williamson died, and his big area was to examine contractual relationships between bodies. So his essential question was, why do we not go to work in the morning and strike up a contract with our boss? Right? We don't do that. Obviously, we assume that we've got tasks, we work on them, and we try to eliminate effectively the transaction costs between us. So every organization has this difficulty. On the one hand, you want to put pressure on your providers, your suppliers, to be as efficient as possible. On the other hand, you want to consider them as part of the team. And the NHS seems to me to have struggled for years with this dilemma. To what extent is the GP a purchaser, or to what extent are they a supplier? to what extent are institutions supposed to be competing with each other, and to what extent are they supposed to be working with each other? Have you come to any conclusions about whether the NHS has lent too much towards diverse supply and away from the advantages of central organisation, or the other way round, which is what some people argue?
So it's, yeah, and I get asked this all the time, and I never as eloquently, obviously, I've given it a lot of thought, and I don't think it's just the NHS. I think it's any massive organisation, even the ones that you would think would be more susceptible to command and control. I don't think it's ever possible in an organisation as vast to sit at the centre and issue directives and expect it all to be everything to roll out as you expect. Because you have to build coalitions, you have to bring people with you, you have to get the incentives right. All these organisations, and the NHS is one of many such. I mean, it's unusually large, but I think it's similar to a large company or the armed forces or the civil service. All these organisations need you to understand what motivates people, what really drives people, what are the things that the signals they'll pay attention to, how you can create the conditions for people to want to do the things you want them to do. And so I think I spent my first few months in the NHS trying to work out this new organisation. I mean, I spent my career going from country to country trying to understand different political setups and the distribution of power and how power works in different places and political systems. Suddenly come to the NHS, and it was trying to work out, okay, so what's the key to understanding the NHS? And I think my biggest realization is there isn't a key. It's a really subtle, complex system. And if you try and use one tool or one method, or try and treat it like you can do command and control from the center, you're going to come unstuck.
Let's take a particularly pertinent example at the moment, and that is scientific advice. On the one hand, you want your scientific advice to be independent, because if your scientific advice isn't independent, it might not really be scientific. On the other hand, you want to collaborate with your scientific advisors. The more you collaborate with them, the less independent they are. The more independent they are, the less collaborative your team is. It's difficult for you because you're in office and working there to say whether you think we've got the balance right, and I don't expect you to do that, but because that wouldn't be fair. But just give me some reflections on the use of scientific advice by government and the issue of collaboration versus independence.
So let me step away from scientific advice in the current context, because I think that's a sort of sensitive subject, and I'm not sure it'd be right for me to comment. But in previous jobs, I've taken a lot of scientific advice. When in my previous job, when I was Director General for digital policy for the government, we had a chief scientific advisor in the department. We had a scientific advisory committee. And I mean, you're absolutely right. There is a balance there. You, on one hand, you get a richer, better sort of discussion if they're to some degree in the team, rather than sort of behind a door or over a wall chucking their advice over. You understand each other's perspectives. If you're engaged in constantly talking, the scientist understands the policy drivers, and the policy people start to get a better feel for how the scientists are thinking and where they're coming from. But clearly there's a balance there, because as you say, on the one hand, the closer the relationship, the richer the dialogue. On the other hand, if they're part of a team, then it's slightly different from being a fully independent source of scientific advice. And I know, I mean, it's similar questions come up for regulators. Regulation often actually works much better when a regulator doesn't sit away from the people they're regulating and sort of from a distance makes judgments, but rather talks to the companies in their sector, works out with them what are appropriate courses of action, gives them advice as they're working out what they want to do. But the challenge for a regulator in that situation is doing that while still being an independent regulator. So look, I think it's a very common dilemma, is how you find that, the right amount of collaboration so that you keep a measure of independence and you have the closeness to understand each other.
One of the things that impresses me with the British civil servants, because as you know, both my siblings are civil servants, is the emphasis placed on leadership and training for leadership, the seriousness with which that's taken. And I contrast it with the media industry, where people just rise up. If they're good journalists, they rise up to another level. That's also true in politics. But in the civil service, an awful lot of thought is given to the question of leadership. So I know that, because from our conversations, that you've thought about it a lot. Where is the right balance between the advantages of a democratic organization, where you get this wisdom of crowds, right? Even the most wrong person is contributing collaboratively to the correct average answer. On the one hand, that's one model. And the other is that it's just chaotic. You have to lead from the front. People, to some extent, have to swallow what they think and follow what the leader thinks. Which of those two is more the model that you've been trained in, or at least that you prefer yourself?
So let me say two things by way of introduction before answering the question. First of all, just to say, I work with both your siblings, your brother and your sister, and they are both fabulous. I mean, I don't know quite what led to 3 such eminent siblings, but whatever it was has really worked. Secondly, the civil service has changed. So I think now it places a great deal of value on leadership, on inclusivity, on values. That wasn't the Foreign Office I joined 30 years ago, almost 30 years ago. And I remember in my first year in the Foreign Office, I had to go and see somebody who was the grade I am now, called Sir Timothy Dalton. And he was a very decent individual, but I was petrified. I mean, I was awake the entire night before going to see him the next day, because he was so grand in an enormous office, and the gap between us in the hierarchy was felt very keenly. That's changed. I don't suppose anyone loses a night's sleep before a conversation with me now, and that's great, and that's much better, because I think one of the things that the thing I would say to actually answer your question, the thing that I really like about the civil service approach to leadership is it accepts that not everyone can, no individual can bring to the table every single attribute of leadership. There's a brilliant paper I read called, I think it was called The Incomplete Leader. And it basically pointed out that no single individual can be charismatic and strategic and on top of the details and brilliant with words and brilliant with numbers and brilliant with people and all the things you need in a leader. So I think for me, a really powerful understanding was a moment of understanding was to realize I don't need to beat myself up that I don't have every attribute of leadership. Actually, what I need to do is just recognize that and build around me in a team the things that I lack. So I know there's a bunch of stuff I'm not good at. And for me, the thing works when I understand that, and I recruit people in my team, in my leadership team, who make up for the things I'm not good at. And I think if you're in an environment where it's not sort of leader as hero, but rather it's leader as part of a team, you're much more likely to have a leadership team that can do what you need it to do in complex and difficult environments.
Let's just to talking about the situation we find ourselves in now. Obviously, I mean, you're working presumably primarily at home, and most of your members of staff are not in your home. Well, they might be. You might not come across them, but that means that we're not doing what I mean. Newspapers are very tactile, right? You work with people in an office. It's all open plan. Everybody calls to everybody else. Even in the days when open plan wasn't very common, most newspapers were primarily, the news floors anyway, open plan. So I'm just wondering whether you're finding it difficult to collaborate quite with your colleagues over this medium.
So I think I've discovered a couple of things, and I suspect everyone else has discovered similar things from the lockdown and trying to work over Zoom and Microsoft Teams and so forth. I mean, one is actually you can do quite a lot. I mean, you can do an awful lot this way, and particularly as people have got used to the technology and we've worked out systems to try and ameliorate the things you're missing. Actually, there's you lose something, but I think, and I mean, certainly I look at what my team have done over the last few months since all this began. And I mean, there's been more digital transformation in the NHS in the last few months than we would have ever thought possible. And partly that's because we've been able to make collaboration over these tools work to drive change and make things happen. So that's point one. Point two, though, is you do lose something. You lose the sort of private chats on the way into meetings and the ability to just go up to people informally. And there's definitely a sort of personal cost to be paid for all this. So I mean, I realized for the first couple of months of the crisis, I was doing sort of 20 Zoom calls or whatever a day, and just sort of back to back with different teams and different colleagues, looking at colleagues through the computer or the iPad. And I realized I mean, first of all, it's exhausting. I mean, it's not, there's something quite unrelaxing about doing it this way and missing some of the cues you get in person. But also I found my imposter syndrome was reaching epic proportions, because I was just a guy in a room in Chorley Wood. I wasn't sort of sat at my desk in NHS headquarters. So sort of my anyway background noise about why anyone should listen to what I've got to say was exacerbated.
Oh well, I can assure you that imposter syndrome is completely unmerited. Completely unmerited. So that's you know, the interesting thing is that I noticed in the Times, on the front page of the paper, we produced a little box about the movement of the clock, and it was wrong. That would never appear in the newspaper normally, and one or two people picked it up on social media, and I realised the reason is that you pick those things up just informally. The paper circulates around lots of people. You can make mistakes and it can stay in the paper, but you pick up a lot of that stuff as you go along, and I think you do miss that. In a, you know, the collaboration is definitely involves a large informal element, going to the canteen, talking to people, and you just simply can't do it in quite the same way. And I agree also that it's very exhausting too. Do you? What about the relationship between politicians and civil servants? On the one hand, you know, so I know, for example, you've worked very closely in two jobs with our friend Matt Hancock, and have had a good relationship with him. But at the same time, you're independent from him. You've got to give him independent advice. And we've covered this to some extent, but the political relationship, that is a bit different, isn't it? And how do you collaborate with between the civil servants and government?
So I've worked with closely with a number of politicians. I mean, Matt Hancock now. Previously, I ran David Miliband's office. Before that, I was Robin Cook's speechwriter. And I mean, I think, again, one of my sort of moments of real clarity was realizing that actually they value, the politicians I've worked for value honest advice. They like to be spoken truth unto power. And so actually, I think it's one of the strengths of our system is it is set up because you have an apolitical civil service. It is set up so that civil servants can give that advice. And I think when it works best, you have that relationship of trust where you can talk sort of openly and honestly and don't feel you need to say what your sort of political leadership wants to hear. And in my experience, actually, ministers want to know how it is. They don't want to find out subsequently or too late that things weren't as they had hoped or had been described to them. But can I ask you a question in return? Because
yes.
I mean, you've been, I know, reading biographies of every president and every prime minister.
Yes.
And so you've now sort of read your way round the sort of leadership history of this country in the US. Just sort of not sort of current incumbents accepted, of the leaders you've been reading about and the history of them that you know, who would you say on either side of the Atlantic was an exemplar of somebody who wasn't afraid to build a really talented team around them, and who's the opposite, who built a team of small people because they felt threatened?
Oh, that's interesting. So I would say Clement Attlee is the most interesting politician. When you talk about collaboration, a lot of other things too. Lots of people found Clement Attlee very unimpressive. He couldn't make a speech. He had quite a lot of quite woolly ideas. He didn't impress people when they met him personally. And some people said that when he chaired meetings, he did nothing more than hold the ring. And indeed that he did the same in political arguments inside his government as well. Now, that certainly had downsides. Okay, so the woolly ideas certainly had downsides. Occasionally, he wasn't able to protect the government in the Commons, and there were other downsides too. That Ernest Bevin became extremely powerful inside the government against the Chancellor of the Exchequer, and that meant the government spent a lot of money on foreign policy and possibly the money that it didn't have, which it might have spent on the economy. So there were downsides, but when you look back at that government, you would say there are very few people who in their life achieved so many of the things that they dreamt of when they were in their teens. I don't mean dreamt of in terms of their personal ambition, although Attlee wasn't without personal ambition. I meant dreamt of in terms of the vision they saw for the country. He achieved a lot more, and he did that with that old thing, which is there's nothing you can't achieve if you're not willing to let other people take the credit. And I think Attlee is the most interesting thing. No matter I do regard him as a great man. I think that if he hadn't made the choices that he made in the 1930s, actually, Britain, he was that decision by Attlee to support a coalition of democracies against a coalition of left-wing parties, which was what was being urged on him, was probably the most important political decision made by anybody in the interwar period, more important still than Churchill. So I thought that so he was a great man, but he is an enigma, right? Should I regard him as genuinely impressive given his nature? So I think he's the most interesting person. Interestingly enough, before the kind of 1930s, the prime minister, even if they were an authoritative figure, couldn't really form a government unless they could persuade all the big people of their day to be in the cabinet. Regimes fall apart if you couldn't do that. So collaboration was simply required. Now, take the current or take the current incumbent's predecessor, take Theresa May, with whom I helped a lot on Prime Minister's Questions. I saw close up. That was not a very collaborative government, and it didn't, it centered very much on the Prime Minister, and it could. And we have a system that's much more dependent on number 10 than it was. And I don't think that's necessarily a good thing. The problem is that all the senior cabinet ministers have to accept the kind of line to take without having a role really in setting it, and that ends up giving a lot of power to Downing Street advisors, because so much of it comes straight out of Downing Street. Whether that's a necessary result of our political system, I don't know, but it's certainly striking. So I would say we have a less collaborative political system. And if you were looking for the opposite to the way that that Attlee operated, Margaret Thatcher was probably the opposite. She used to give her view at the beginning of committee meetings rather than at the end.
And what about American presidents? I mean, who wasn't afraid to have giants in their cabinet, and who created a cabinet of small people?
Well, famously, Lincoln obviously brought together his rivals, and again, Lincoln was one of those people who wasn't regarded as impressive as we do now. The Times covered one of Lincoln's speeches with the words the occasion was almost spoilt by the words of the poor president, and that was how we reported the Gettysburg Address, Matthew. And that is because Lincoln was regarded as sort of a slightly folksy guy who told stories in place of making proper speeches, and he was sort of thought a bit backwoodsmanish, not indeed the kind of political leader. But what he did was that he got a lot of other people whom he respected to join his government, and that is, I'm not an expert on that period of American history, but I think that is regarded as core to his success. You take the current president, and he finds it difficult to share credit of any kind. He doesn't find it difficult to apportion blame. Almost nobody wants to work for him for very long, and that makes his government dysfunctional. So those are probably the two extremes.
I read an interesting piece on leadership recently, which was a study of different attributes of successful leaders. And I want to test the conclusion with you, see if it sounds right. But it struck home for me, which is, it said, with one exception, there are no common characteristics to successful leaders. You can have charismatic leaders, you can have uncharismatic leaders. You can have leaders that are masters of detail and leaders who absolutely have no interest in the detail. Leaders who are people, and leaders who don't like the company of other people. The one thing that sort of unites every successful leader was courage. And you don't find a successful leader who isn't prepared to do courageous things. What do you think?
Yeah, I think that's true. Although I have a slightly contrary view to this. So one of the ways that we define greatness was by reference to a story, and did these people overcome great hardships on behalf of the country, emerge through trial and tribulation, and come out like a film script, through that process, their character change, they come out the other side victorious, and that is regarded as successful. And so, for example, George Washington is regarded a great president. Very turbulent period in office, obviously very turbulent life. Whereas somebody like Monroe, America's fifth president, James Monroe is regarded as not particularly great, and yet he lived through a period that might be regarded as completely peaceful. Now, I know that people regard Washington as a greater president, but I'd rather have lived with Monroe. So sometimes maybe the great political leaders are those people who never get into any political battles, where life bumbles on quite nicely for everybody, but we don't tell ourselves that story. Now, there are lots of counters to that, but I'm not 100% sure I do buy that idea, that because courage, there's a thin line between bravery and stupidity, obviously. My view of prime ministers from reading all those biographies. When anyone asks me who was my favourite, I say that there's nobody who comes into office and leaves office without something that you can say both to their credit and to their discredit. And the current president is testing that thesis. But it's true that there's nobody. If you look at like somebody like the Earl of Derby, was prime minister 3 times. And in many ways, he was a figure for reform. He supported the Great Reform Bill, but before he became prime minister. But there are lots of things where he was absolutely terrible, including emancipation for Jews. So you end up, just as you think, well, this person was genuinely heroic, you then discover they weren't. So I would say the problem is everybody's a bit of a mixed picture. And what I think we're picking out, I don't know whether you agree with this, Matthew, is just how fragile the concept of collaboration is. There are sweet spots, basically, where something just works. You get right the balance between leadership and cooperation. You get right the balance between independence and teamwork. But there's no recipe for that. Would you say that was fair?
Yeah, I mean, the conversation makes me think that actually there's something around collaboration which is in tension with greatness. That if what you most want to be is remembered as great, then possibly you want your sort of leader as hero, whereas actually we're talking about other leaders who were brilliant but not necessarily heroes, who didn't necessarily won't be remembered for particular moments in history that were pivotal or earth-changing, but nonetheless led their country through sort of good and peaceful times. And it's a different approach to leadership, and it's a different sort of value, I guess. I mean, I think of sort of President Clinton, for example. I mean, led America through some sort of relatively peaceful, prosperous, decent years. I don't think will necessarily be remembered as one of America's great presidents, but actually there's a lot to be said for that sort of leadership.
Yeah, he was very collaborative. There was a cartoon when Clinton was president, with him with his feet on the desk and talking to his advisors, going, "What I'd do if I was president." And there certainly was an element where he went on sort of collaborating and had teamwork, and the decisions were about. David Cameron always, because I talked to him a lot about his decision-making process, and he basically said, in the end, everybody solves the problems they can solve, and the problems bubble up until eventually they come to you, and your role in it, to some extent, is to take the decisions. But part of the problem is you don't always know what the right decision is, because you don't, there are, one of the things that's really struck me about politics is nothing's clear cut. There's always a right and wrong. Everything has a right and wrong, and everything has more than one view in it. And so he ultimately said, "Yeah, you've just got to take decisions and crack through them," and that is part of what that job is. As a leader, do you find that presumably you also get your junior staff, or it all bubbles up, they can't make decisions, and ultimately you're spending a bit of your working day making one choice after another, difficult choices?
It's true, and I definitely feel that as the more senior I get, the more responsibility I get, the more I feel that I am the recipient of the bubbled up difficult stuff that hasn't been solved by my team. I'm also, though, acutely conscious. I think it was a Harvard Business School study of decision making that said, and I don't quite understand how they got to this conclusion, but it feels about right, that even the best leader is only going to make 2/3 of their calls correctly. That everyone, nobody's going to make every single decision right. And so it's back to collaboration, because I am really conscious that loads of don't have a perfect understanding of the health service, technology. It'd be impossible to do so. And a bunch of my calls in a very complex environment won't be right. So I rely on having a team with me and around me who I can talk stuff through with, who can tell me if I'm talking nonsense. I mean, like a lot of people, I find I don't have my best ideas shut in a room. I don't know if you're the same. I get my best ideas talking to people. And if I'm not collaborating, if I'm not with a team, then actually I'm not sure I'm much use. And I'm absolutely sure a bunch of stuff that if people are going to treat me as if they can't tell me to my face I'm talking nonsense, a bunch of stuff I'm going to decide is going to be wrong.
Yeah, it's very interesting what you said, because we've both been speechwriters, and I will often say to somebody who wants me to help them with the speech, a politician wants to help me to help them with a speech, I've got to sit opposite you and talk this through. I'll come up with ideas for your speeches, jokes, ideas, notions, but only while we're in conversation. I can't have them blankly on a piece of paper, not quite that way. I mean, sometimes you have to do it that way, but it is much better if you collaborate like that. I'm not sure I'm the most brilliant collaborator, because I tend to talk over people, and that's problematic. So I think I'm listening to other people, but in fact I'm listening to myself. So I guess that's true. But on the other hand, the other thing that happens is you get your standards get pulled up. So I know that a key thing for me in my career, I did speech writing with William Hague, and the other person who was doing it was George Osborne, who's totally, those people who don't know him just know him as a politician, but you and I have both worked with him and known him. I know you've known him for many years. He's a totally brilliant intellectually, and just very witty and clever. And so doing it with him just really pulls up your standards. We were talking before, Matthew, about the Beatles, and one of my favourite quotes is George Harrison, who was asked about writing something, and Here Comes the Sun, two of the greatest ever pop songs. And in fact, Here Comes the Sun is the most popular Beatles song on streaming media, was written by George Harrison. And he said he didn't really write any songs, but then he looked around and he thought, well, if John and Paul can do it, how hard can it be? Which made me laugh, because most of us look around and see whether, and he obviously then attained the same standard as Lennon and McCartney, which is in other words, some of the greatest standard of pop writing in history. So if you can do what I find so hard, which is to shut up and listen to other people, you can learn a lot, presumably you have the same experience.
Yeah, so I guess absolutely. And I guess the lesson from your story is, if only you and I were in the Beatles, we could have written brilliant pop songs as well. But I mean, look, you've sort of read everything there is to read about the Beatles. An unbelievably sort of creative, successful group. Their collaboration famously complex. Can you tell us a bit about, I mean, your sense of how collaboration worked between the four of them?
Yeah, so it's very interesting. So in some ways, it was a total, not so much even a democracy, but they required unanimity. So their view was nobody knows what it's like to be a Beatle except the four of us. Right? Nobody understands that pressure. And I once had a long conversation with George Martin, who was their producer, who came as close as possible to them. And he said, it was just like a massive difference between what I experienced and what they did. Being inside the Beatles was an extraordinary thing. So they had this very big insider-outsider thing, and they wouldn't do anything unless they all four agreed to it. And then and that worked for a very long time, expecting complete unanimity. And although at the beginning John Lennon had been the leader, eventually it became pretty much a democracy. But obviously they had their own healthy egos, and when they began later to become adults and have other responsibilities, that requirement for unanimity didn't work anymore. And it's why one of the reasons why the Beatles split up. You can't agree everything between the four of you, particularly when your experiences are different. But I think a lot of it was luck. They just got these talents together. But if you can get real combination of talent and then blend them with a number of people. That is an amazing experience, and you can really elevate your work by copying each other, but also by cooperating and by teamwork to something very special. But you have to be quite lucky in your teammates.
So I know Charlie's back and is going to break us up, but I just want to ask you one more question, because can you think of a musical group of that sort of caliber that didn't end up breaking up acrimoniously?
Well, I suppose the Rolling Stones didn't.
Yeah.
Mick Jagger and Keith Richards have got a very fractious relationship now. Funny enough, I can't really say this online, but Keith Richards said something rude about Mick Jagger's sexual prowess in his book, in his biography. Mick Jagger was totally furious, and the result was their relationship's been not very good since. But they still are basically quite materialistic, the Rolling Stones, and quite businesslike. And Mick Jagger was like an accountancy student at the LSE, and that's how he runs the Rolling Stones. So they've managed to stick together despite that. So I would say they've sort of kept together despite the fact that their relationship's a bit acrimonious. But it's interesting, isn't it? You're quite right. Those collaborations do tend to break down. And maybe it is because the demand of group democracy and the intensity of that collaboration is just too much. And actually, you do need a bit of space between you. And so I suppose that, passing that back to Rabbi Charlie at this point, I suppose you're right. There are limits to collaboration. It can be stifling and it can break down if you don't, I suppose, have a bit of space for everyone to be independent individually.
Yeah.
Thank you both. It's been fascinating watching and listening to you be in conversation, and we've had an awful lot of comments come in, and questions, and I'd like to try and put some of them to you. One thing I'd comment on is that people seem to have been really struck by how open you've been about the difficulties of collaboration. And I think a lot of people were very struck, Matthew, when you talked about imposter syndrome, and it seems to have struck a lot of chords with people, and the sense that there is a need to be, in order to collaborate, one has to almost be very confident in oneself, and that level of confidence that sits alongside, or needs to sit alongside, effective collaboration. And one of the people has asked whether actually is collaboration, is that strive to be collaborative, something that's inherently human, or does it go against our natures?
That's
either of you.
Shall I first? Yeah, I think it is inherently human. So you have to ask yourself this question: why do we cooperate with people who don't share our genes? So Matthew and I are very close to each other, and I learn a huge amount from talking to him. I get a great pleasure out of it, and we're close friends, but we don't share the same genes. So why would we do that? Well, the answer is because we've evolved to understand that we put something in, we get something out. Collaboration is a great evolutionary tool. And I think it's deep in our sense. So one of the things I always argue politically, people think that fairness is equality, and there is an element of equality in it, but actually, really, it's reciprocity. I put in, therefore I get out. Providing our relationship is reciprocal, it can be collaborative. We're prone to the view, which is why collaboration can break down. It's an illusion, but that we're putting in more and the other person's getting out more. But if you can overcome that delusion and realize that's nonsense, you can make collaboration last and be incredibly valuable.
Yeah, I agree with that. And my sense, on a sort of slightly different level, is it's a very rare person who doesn't want to be part of a wider group, who doesn't crave the company of others, who doesn't feel that they can be productive as part of a team. And quite often I found those who sometimes say they don't and actually say they're happier on their own, actually that masks a sadness or a dislocation. And I'm sure there are some people who genuinely are happiest by themselves and are happiest working on by themselves. But I think they're relatively, those who are genuinely happy in that state, I think are relatively few in number. I think we have a big problem in society with loneliness. And I think there's a lot of people who crave more company, and apart from sort of occasional moments, fewer people who crave less.
Thank you. That's one of my teams commented that there is so much material for sermons going on here today. So thank you. That's another starting point for that. One of the other questions, or actually a few around the same, that I'm going to try and bring together is around the relationship between collaboration and competition, and whether collaboration is more than teamwork. And I'm personally really interested in the relationship between competition and collaboration, and whether they can work together or have to be two separate things.
Well, I mean, Danny will have a brilliant economist and behavioral economics insight into this. I mean, from what I have seen, competition, I mean, it's a statement of the obvious, but competition is clearly can be a sort of incredibly powerful driving force. And some of the best sort of formal frameworks I've seen for creating new ideas, new products and things like that, manage to keep in tension both collaboration and competition. And it's quite hard to do. But I mean, previous jobs, I've brought in some people to run a process, 2-day process for my team, which was essentially a competitive brainstorm about a particularly thorny bit of foreign policy. And we split into several teams, and the teams were working on the same problem and would come back every few hours to judge progress against each other, knowing that this was a competition, but also knowing that at the end of it, what we really wanted were the best ideas. But that combination of teams working together and that spur of wanting to win was a really powerful tool. And if you can harness that so that you've got the balance right between the two, then I think it can be completely brilliant.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, I think we're as well as being, cooperation is a tool for our personal survival. But I'm afraid that our battle to replicate our genes is really the root of everything, and therefore we're always trying to impress other people and to show what we can do. But what's interesting about my experience of collaboration is let's take preparing for prime minister's questions is a lot of. You want the aim is for the prime minister themselves to make a great performance and put the argument across, and then the team as one, and you feel a great sense of bond with all the people that you've worked with. And I felt that bond with people I otherwise haven't got much in common with, but I worked with them on that. But there's no question that you want to have provided, the great joke that or the great line or the piece of advice, partly because you want to feel useful to the team, and partly ego's involved in it, even if you're self-aware enough. So I think competition, we were talking about the Beatles, John Lennon and Paul McCartney basically were always trying to top each other. And from the very earliest days, Paul was trying to impress John Lennon. That was how the Beatles got together. And they were very cooperative, but Paul particularly has always been very competitive.
Thank you. I would be really neglectful if I didn't come back, and Daniel, you kind of led me into it slightly by talking about replicating of genes, which is to mention that both of you have one way or another had a very strong relationship with LJY, with our youth movement, Ulksnik as was. And there is a really different level of cooperation and collaborative working that comes out or is modelled by our youth movement. And I just wondered, and also, I mean, Daniel's son bar mitzvahed in this time of COVID in a virtual synagogue in a very different way. And I just wonder whether, just as we bring this session to an end, whether there's any comments that you could make about specific liberal Judaism and collaborative working, either in the context of for your children or for yourselves, or in your own synagogue working.
Oh yeah, so you know, a peer group pressure and peer group cooperation is a crucial part of personality formation. So I think I have brought up my children in cooperation with LJY. I mean that in a serious way. If I look at my oldest son, whom I've got huge respect for as a moral, the younger one's 17, so but my old one's 20, so he's developing his own moral sense and his own intellectual abilities, and I've got massive respect for the way that he's done that. And some of it, I hope, comes from me, or comes from my father. Certainly, some of it comes from a Jewish home and a Jewish background. But much of it does actually come from his colleagues in LJY. We were having a discussion the other day about older men and younger women, and I realised that Sam had given a huge amount of moral thought to that question, and it's clearly had been a topic of conversation among his LJY contemporaries. And I thought that was magnificent. He'd given it much more consideration than I had, and I really learned from him when he talked about it. And so I think when you're at that particular age, when you're between the ages of about 40, well, it's a very famous thing. Henry Kissinger has got a German accent, and his brother Hank doesn't. He has an American accent, and the reason, sorry, his brother Walter, I apologize, he's Hank. And the reason for it is because Kissinger was just that bit older when he came to the United States, and he'd already gained his accent from his peers, and his brother gained them from his peers here or in the States. And that's a demonstration that you really learn from your team peers. They really bring you up. And so LJY has been a very important part of our life because of that. I think they have brought up our children. Peer group pressure and collaboration is particularly strong in the formative years.
Yeah. Thank you. And sorry, Matthew, please.
I agree with that. And look, I mean, personally, I remember going to Kadima when I was a kid. And I remember it really vividly. I remember sitting in a pretend plane in the Royal Masonic School in Chorley Wood, flying to Israel and spending 2 weeks sort of in pretend Israel and learning all about it as a kid. And I mean, that really stays with you. And I mean, when I actually went to Israel as the British ambassador, those memories were very strong and very powerful. And now my eldest daughter, Rachel, went to Kadima last year, is desperate to go this year, is really sad that Aviv didn't happen. And I see her, I mean, at the start of the process that Danny was talking about, starting to become part of this group, starting to have conversations about things that she wouldn't be having if she wasn't going to LJY in Kadima, about refugees and gender, and I mean, really extraordinary things for an 8-year-old to be able to explore in a safe environment. And I guess to come to the discussion, to tie that to the discussion that we were having earlier about leadership and collaboration, I think there's something in the values of liberal Judaism which lends itself to collaboration, to leadership not as hero, because it's about diversity. It's about respecting other views than just asserting your own. It's about having a set of values, and those values being what drive you. It's about not making it all about yourself. It's not a religion, not a strand of Judaism founded on the sort of the ego and the individual, but a sense of community and inclusivity. And I think those things are very strong. And I think if you're part of, as I was and as Rachel is now, brought up in that sort of very strong values-driven way, I think it stays with you. I think it has a big impact.
Thank you. I mean, I obviously couldn't agree more than that. But I want to come back to you, Daniel, because to come back to the Bar Mitzvah online and
Yes.
thinking about whether, how do we keep what has been best about that sense of collaboration that perhaps all of us have experienced in this time? I mean, it's been very, very difficult in so many ways, and there is still so much grief around that. But at the same time, there have been these really creative opportunities. And I do think that there's something really unique about liberal Judaism that has allowed us to find those opportunities at the moment. And yeah. I wonder how you think we can hold on to that as we move forward.
Well, it's very interesting, and it is kind of difficult because I think we'll rebound to our previous lives quicker than we think. So best I can do is give you some reflections on that experience and other Jewish experiences during lockdown. So first of all, it turned out the Bar Mitzvah was a very spiritual occasion because it was so calm. We were almost in our own bubble. Whilst we still had the ability to link up with everybody else. And it demonstrated the importance of a sort of sense of tranquility, actually, in Jewish celebration, which I don't know quite how one retains, but I did think it turned out to be an incredibly nice way to do his Bar Mitzvah. On the other hand, we haven't had a party, and that is a shame for him, right? And hopefully we'll have one, but it could still be quite a long way off. We're fortunate because he's relaxed about that, but it could be very upsetting for some children. The other thing I've noticed is that on Shabbat, we always meet with my sister online. We're able to take in our relatives from this country, but also elsewhere in the world. That has been particularly nice. And also, it's been a particularly important way of separating the week from the weekend. Normally, we don't need that because the week is obviously different. I find myself, I know I'm always going on at Matthew because Matthew works phenomenally hard. He works too hard, so I have to keep on. And we meet often on weekends, and I have to try and talk him down and get him to relax more. And so I've worried about, we haven't talked about this, Matt, but I worried a little bit about you during this period because I wondered when you'd ever switch off, right? It's difficult enough under normal circumstances. And who normally find it easy to switch off, I found that more difficult under lockdown. But Shabbat has been an amazing thing. And then the third thing that's been amazing has been the quality. So an unspoken hero of both of this call but also of our synagogues, a man called Leo Mindel, who's managed to help he's managed to make these unbelievably professional online events, and they have made an absolutely massive impact on the ability to. And I've been fascinated by how incredibly consoling and nice it's been to join into our synagogue service while in the kitchen. Or doing things, actually. Meanwhile, in the background, Rabbi Leah and Rabbi Aaron are singing, and I love that. It's been great. It's very calming. It's very spiritual. I really have enjoyed that. So I hope that actually we won't stop. We won't say to people you can't join in these things. You have to. Hi, sweetie. You have to come from. You have to come in. We're not going to do these things online anymore. I hope we carry on doing them because they are incredibly nice.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Matthew, did you want to add something there with your daughter in the background?
Final thought is, I think Danny is absolutely right that one of the downsides of this is it's been harder to separate home from work. And for those of us who are prone to work too hard, I think it's a danger. And my stress levels are off the scale. I just want to say my favourite sort of Jewish moment of the whole thing, the whole crisis so far, though, was being part of one Zoom service, and all the way through, I could hear a pair of my elderly relatives giving a commentary on the rabbi. And luckily, they were being really polite. But eventually, I had to ask the rabbi to mute them because it was just getting too excruciating.
I tell you what, my sister did comment, wouldn't it be magnificent if we had a mute all for option for all Seders? It was just incredible. I mean, you could actually hear the Haggadah being read.
Thank you so much, both of you. I know not only from my own experience of listening to you two, but also from all the comments that are coming from not only from liberal Jews, but from around the country and beyond, to say thank you. It has been a fascinating conversation, given us a lot to think about, and also just the honesty that in your ceremonial hall, Matthew, that you are feeling many of the ways that many of us are feeling at home as well. And I know that we really have appreciated that. I have to say that at this time, we're going to end the conversation, and that we will be back with our next conversation, which does include the wonderful Rabbi Leah, which is on whether over Israel we need a consensus. And that features Rabbi Leah Mulstein and Rabbi Yuval Keren, as well as representatives from the IMPJ in Israel, the Israeli Movement for Progressive Judaism. I know many of you will want to tune back in for that at 1:15. I do want to mention that we have tried at Biennial to keep everything free and as available and as accessible for everybody who wants to attend. It's really our mission at Liberal Judaism to make Liberal Judaism a home for everybody's Jewish story. But in order to do that, we would really, really appreciate if you can to go onto the Liberal Judaism website, make a donation, keep us able to keep this free and accessible and having such great sessions as we've had this afternoon and will continue to have for the rest of the day. So if you're able, head on over now to the Liberal Judaism website in this break and make a donation. Thank you very much, both of you. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you back here very shortly.
Rosenberg, who was then administrative secretary of what was the ULPS. She said, "Would you be interested, Brenda, in helping start a synagogue locally?" I jumped at it. I knew Rosita very well because she'd been part of the Ner Tammuz youth group. So from there, we went to various meetings with other people from Streatham Synagogue and from St. John's Wood Synagogue, who all lived fairly locally and were all in the same position as ourselves, with children growing up and having to spend hours on a Sunday taking them to religion school. And so we held a meeting at a big assembly rooms in Surbiton. And from that meeting, I think 50 families signed up to start the synagogue at 3 guineas a head.
We decided to visit the Southgate Liberal Synagogue, as it was then, and met a very wonderful human being, Rabbi Harry Jacobi. And we lived very much under the guidance of men like Harry and his lovely wife, Rose. It was a very nice, happy synagogue.
He was really committed to liberal Judaism. He thought it contributed to the world. He thought that a really important part of what it was there for was to make a wider contribution. He was quite universalist in his outlook, although particularist too. And, he was a Zionist, but not a critical Zionist as well. And there again, that's where he valued progressive Judaism in Israel. This was very important to him, is that he thought it should never stay fixed. he always wanted to be changing. And he exemplified that because he was always changing his mind. Right to at our last rabbinic meeting, retreat, he said something that completely surprised me, because for years he'd been saying one thing and then he said something different. And he thought that's how progressive Judaism should be, always ready to change and adapt. He really encouraged young people to have creative services, and he became concerned at one point that young people were being too traditional. So he really was always, looking ahead, looking to the future, looking at what needed to be done differently in changing times.
Shabbat, Shabbat Menucha, Menucha. Shabbat, Shabbat Menucha. Yom Zeh, Yom Zeh Yisrael, Ora v'simcha, Ora v'simcha. Shabbat Menucha, Yom Zeh Yisrael.
This podcast series of oral histories is part of the exhibition Lily's Legacy, Voices and Visions of Liberal Judaism, a project supported by the National Lottery Heritage Fund. It was produced by Mary Lawrence and Lucia Scatzaccio, sound editing and design by Lucia Scatzaccio, and special thanks to all the contributors who agreed to share their stories. For more information about what you've just heard, do visit the exhibition website, www.lilieslegacyproject.com. You're listening to Lily's Legacy, a podcast series compiled from oral histories and produced as part of a digital exhibition exploring how liberal Judaism has evolved since it was co-founded by British visionary Lily Montagu in 1902. This episode explores the theme of women and gender equality. From its very foundations, liberal Judaism has championed gender equality. Liberal Judaism's prime founder, Lily Montagu, herself led services. Liberal Judaism made a significant departure from traditional Orthodox worship, allowing men and women to sit together in synagogue. Today, men, women, and in fact all sexes and genders are engaged in all aspects of synagogue life. Women hold leadership positions in communities and the liberal movement. The upcoming new prayer book aims to be even more radical through feminizing some of the Hebrew and using masculine and feminine imagery. Listen as congregants and rabbis reflect on the ways in which liberal Judaism has pioneered gender equality.
I must say I like and always like the liberal and reform of bringing women up onto the bema. I know that in Orthodoxy it will never ever happen.
Going to other people's bat mitzvahs where you're separated from the men and the girl doesn't even read from the Torah, and it's just kind of male white rabbis singing in Hebrew, where you just can't join in, you just have to sit there, and some people even talk really loudly. So that's never really for me. Also just being involved in the services, like Esther's going to blow the shofar tomorrow, which she would never be able to do if we were Orthodox. And I think it's just little things like that, being involved, being able to feel like you're part of the community instead of just tagging along. I think that's important to all of us. 40 years ago, not really any girls had a bat mitzvah, which is really, really sad and unfair, and it makes me angry.
The boys had bar mitzvah, the girls had confirmation. No, after evacuated, when I came back, then I was confirmed by Dr. Matzuk. He was a liberal, and he had an office at St. John's Wood, which is where it is now. I went up to see him, and he gave me a lecture, and that was it. Well, it was just the usual. Stood up, we said a few words in Hebrew, and we had a few words in English, and we read our portion, and then there were 3 or 4 of us. I wasn't just the only one. Then he said prayers over us, confirmed in the Jewish faith, and that was it. I was about 16 then.
When I was 96, I did my bar mitzvah in the synagogue. I heard a lady do it in London, and I thought then, quite a long time, I could do that. Why don't they have a go? And I talked to the rabbi, and she said, of course you must do it. They gave me the transliteration because I never learned Hebrew. That was due to the circumcision in Germany. And then in England, I never took the time. I knew prayers all right, but and I've never really bothered to learn it properly. But I did learn my bit from the Torah portion. And then 2 years ago, I finally did it in August. I was very proud that even at my age, I had finally managed, because I wanted to properly join the community who had been so brave in carrying on this sort of tradition, which I felt was a very good one and had lasted all through the centuries.
Even though we had a woman chairman of the council who would become an MP, Millie Miller, the synagogue was very much male-driven. When I first went there, women weren't even allowed to open the ark. I mean, it changed. It did change later, but things like being the warden or doing things, it was very much a men thing. Now that's changed a lot from the times. I remember being at the synagogue when I first came across a woman rabbi, and it was a student rabbi who's now very active, very in the movement. It was Helen Freeman. She was in her last year of being at Leo back at the time. That was probably the first experience I'd had where we had a woman rabbi or a woman student rabbi lead a service. Now it's common practice. In those days, it was quite a strange thing. The other thing is about what people wore. So, women went up to the ark, they were expected to be presented, I think there was even a case about, could you wear trousers?
I'm quite happy to accept that women don't have to wear hats when they go up on the bema anymore. And I expect the rabbi to wear a tallit, whether it's a man or a woman. But I don't like to see female members of this congregation going up wearing a tallit, and they do.
Women are allowed to wear talit, wear kippot, and a lot of the younger generation appreciate that. And that it will draw people to keep within Judaism, because all the rituals and the segregation of a lot of the Orthodox, or I can only talk for myself, a lot of the Orthodox synagogues, not for me.
They're all there. I mean, it's all part and parcel. There's no distinction, I don't think. And I don't know in our synagogue where it seems to me time after time after time you go to synagogue on a Shabbat morning and the bima is full of women. I don't mind that, but I don't want them to be telling me that they're women all the time. I know they're women. I can see that they're women. They're wearing skirts or not, for what it matters. Yeah.
I got involved with NLPS. They asked me to join the committee, which I did. And then I became vice chair. It was at the time as well when Marsha Plum became the rabbi, and she was into spirituality, and we had a spirituality session sometimes on a Saturday, and there was half an empty bookcase in the Jewish Women's Network. These were all kind of big things that were happening. So I got all involved with all of that.
What I'm really into at the moment is telling the stories of people whose stories don't usually get told. So this Passover ran like a women's Seder at my house, and there was a big focus of Miriam in the Seder. That is like becoming more of a tradition. For the Moshe House, for example, we had to write a mock calendar of what events we would run. And I said that I would like to run monthly deep delves into like the women of the Torah and like looking at their stories and like what can we interpret from it, and actually studying it in like a really in-depth way, and what we can learn from them. bringing people together, it makes me really happy in a space that makes everyone feel welcome and special and included. And like spiritual singing, that kind of stuff, I find that really kind of inspirational and motivational. I think it is a special movement to be part of for the values that it holds, and like being able to trace, you know, for example, the inclusion of women to the beginning of the movement. I just don't think I've engaged with it that much, actually, if I'm honest. And I would like to more.
Shabbat Shalom, good afternoon. A very warm welcome to all of you to this afternoon's session entitled Israel, Does Collaboration Have to Mean Consensus? I hope that you have been as inspired by this biennial weekend so far as I have been, which has really truly showcased the wonderful collaboration that is happening across our movement already. But as we are celebrating collaboration, we also wanted to look at some areas where sometimes maybe we feel challenged in our collaboration, or where we feel challenged because maybe this is an area where we don't necessarily all agree with each other on every single point. And Israel probably is one of those issues that really in many congregations leads to disagreements amongst members. Nonetheless, I think for us as liberal Judaism, it is a very central aspect of our Jewish identity, and how we collaborate, especially also with our partners in Israel, is a very important aspect. So it's wonderful that I'm joined here this afternoon by two fellow passionate Israel Zionists, Rabbi Yuval Keren, who will introduce himself in a moment, and also Yair Lutzstein, the chair of the Israel Movement for Progressive Judaism. He will also say a little bit more about himself. I'm Rabbi Leah Muhlstein, for those who don't know me, one of the rabbis at Northwood and Pinner Liberal Synagogue, and probably here today as on this panel because of my role as the international chair of Artzenu, which is the political organization that tries to bring together the political voice of progressive, liberal, reform Jews from around the world and represent this voice in the national institutions of the State of Israel. So I've got my Israel flag up in the background to just fit the decor to the topic. So does collaboration have to mean consensus when it comes to Israel? I'm going to start by turning to our guest, Yair Lutzstein, to introduce himself briefly and maybe just start with a few thoughts on the title of our conversation.
Hi, good afternoon. It's a real pleasure to be here with you. And I'll just say a couple of words about myself. I made Aliyah from Toronto in Canada in 1979. I had a long military career. I'm a lawyer by training. I served in the military as a lawyer, reached the rank of colonel, and after leaving the military, my last position in the military was legal advisor to the IDF in Judea and Samaria, or the West Bank. Previously to that, I was tasked with putting soldiers on trial on a team of prosecutors. I led a team of prosecutors, and before that, I was the IDF legal advisor to the Gaza Strip. So I've had some interesting jobs dealing with provocative questions. And after leaving the military, I joined the reform movement in Israel in my synagogue in Jerusalem. One thing led to the other, and I'm now the chair of the IMPJ, dealing with many issues relating to matters that are sometimes also questionable, and whether issues that are sometimes debatable. And I think that one of the issues that I understand is on the table today, vis-a-vis Israel, is the question of whether Jews in the diaspora or abroad, or however we want to call them, should make comments about annexation. And I can say about the thoughts being that our new government has made a statement saying that they want to advance the issue or the matter of annexation of parts of the West Bank, of Judea and Samaria. And I know that many people in the liberal and progressive Jewish communities around the world have problems with that. And I can say that for now, the Israeli reform movement has not made a statement, and it has not yet made a statement on that fact, and I'm not sure that we will. It's a question that is very, very debatable here in Israel. There's no consensus, certainly within my board and amongst many Israeli Reform Jews. According to the latest polls, a plurality of Israelis actually support annexation, and for now, we are not taking a position in that, but I'm happy to speak afterwards, after we hear Yuval and Leah, about places and issues that we have decided to take positions on, and I think that's important as well. To you,
Great.
Yuval? Sorry.
Yeah. I'm Yuval Karen, the rabbi of Southgate Progressive Synagogue. I can say that I spent half my life in Israel. That's first half of my life, and the second half in the UK. Spending half my life in Israel, I grew up in the Israeli education system up to, in fact, higher education. Spent time in the Israeli army, as most people do in Israel. And I was a farmer there for quite a few happy years. And then I came to this country, and here I have chosen a very different path to become a rabbi, a liberal rabbi. And I would say this is really the makeup of my two identities, one as an Israeli citizen and very much involved in what is happening in Israel, and it's very close to my heart. And the other one is serving the British Jewish community. And therefore, I find that traveling in between these worlds, it's a fascinating world, but sometimes could be quite difficult because I judge things from both these points, often from an Israeli point. In fact, one of the things I say to myself, it's very difficult for me to comment or to pass judgment on what is happening in Israel, because I know very well, having lived the reality for 25 years, I know very well that it's very easy to judge things from here. Things that you can see from there, you can't always see from here. So I am a great advocate for Israel, but like a good Israeli, I don't always agree with everything that happens in Israel. And having sort of born just 3 months before the 67 war, in fact, we just yesterday celebrated the Yom Yerushalayim, and it's very much, it's the event that changed Israel, and changed Israel a huge amount, from maybe a small country surviving for its life to a superpower, maybe a little bit too forceful at times. And this is something I'm struggling with. And I've been struggling with all my life, all my 53 years since the 67 war.
Thank you very much, Yuval. So Yair, you addressed already one of the big elephants at the moment in the room around the Israel conversation, which is the question of annexation. What will it mean for the Palestinians living in those areas? And you spoke about the fact that there isn't consensus on your board, and that therefore you are not taking, at the moment you haven't taken a position, and you probably are not likely to be taking a position. I think I see this a lot in the work that I do with Artseinu, because I'm the international chair, so I represent progressive Jews from around the world. And while in certain areas of the world, specifically in North America, or actually specifically in the United States, often the progressive Jewish community is seen as being very left-leaning, if we look around the world elsewhere, for example, to the Australians, then our community is not so much divided by left wing versus right wing, but actually people affiliate with a progressive community because of their religious identity, not necessarily because of their position on questions on the Israel-Palestine conflict, for example. So I think we definitely see that consensus is difficult. Now, there's an interesting question within our own movements or vis-a-vis other movements then. If we know we do not have consensus on issues, does that mean we can't say anything? And I think for me that's also problematic. I think there is a time sometimes when we need to say, we need to learn to be able to make statements and be respectful of the minority opinion nonetheless. But if we always say, no, if there is no consensus, we cannot make a statement, then it leaves us out of the conversation. And in a certain sense, it also prevents us from being able to collaborate. I don't know, Yuval, what do you think? I mean, for example, Rabbi Laura Janak Klausner, the senior rabbi of the Reform Movement, published an op-ed in I can't remember now, I think it was the Jewish Chronicle, making a very clear statement about her views. The liberal movement hasn't done that at the moment. What do you think? Why is that? Has LJ not made that statement? Is that because we're shying away from it, because we're not ready? What do you think?
Well, I can't really answer for liberal Judaism. I can speculate, but I can't answer for. The part of the problem that we have, and maybe it's the same reason why the IMPJ, the Israeli Movement for Progressive Judaism, did not make a clear statement, is because in our community, there are different people who join liberal Judaism for all sorts of reasons. Some of them might be political, others that could be religious. So, for example, I joined because of the religious aspects that liberal Judaism offered me, and I saw people joining for all sorts of reasons. That means that maybe there isn't such a thing as a consensus on certain issues. And necessarily when you represent one issue or one side of the issue, then there is a problem, especially when it comes to Israel. Sometimes it's much easier to sort of sift between right and wrong and say, well, it's very important for us to link to the issue of refugees because we were strangers in the land of Egypt, and therefore we must treat strangers in a nice way. And then if things happen in Israel not in line with that, and I think Yair will agree that that's something that the movement can do. When it comes to politics, it becomes that little bit more difficult because, of course, there is a religious aspect of annexation. This is a land of ancestors, and do I agree with that? But also there is a security issue there. What if Israeli forces will not be in certain areas? Would that put Israelis at risk? That's a different question for which I cannot say right or wrong. I would say it's important to keep Israeli citizens safe. I think that's part of the difficulties, and necessarily, the 25 years I spent in the UK, the question of Israel is always a hot potato, and you're in a situation where you're damned if you do, and you're damned if you don't. But sometimes you do need to take a stance. That doesn't mean that everybody is going to agree with you.
Thank you. I think maybe you want to come in here because I think, especially on the issue of refugees, that has been. It's also in a sense was a government policy question where the Israeli reform movement decided to take a very clear stance. So I don't know, maybe you want to talk a little bit about, explain to us, why did your board decide this is an area where you do want to take a clear stance, and how is annexation maybe different for you there?
So let me give you two examples and maybe even a third. The first is the refugee issues, and we're talking about the African refugees. We had upwards of 60,000 African refugees who made their way across the Sinai Peninsula, and before we had a fence, made their way into Israel, mostly from Eritrea and Sudan. That's one issue. And the question was whether what was it going to be our position vis-a-vis the government policy that's saying we need to get rid of these people. We need to get them out, and we need to find all means. And the government has taken some very, very, in my humble opinion, ugly measures to try to force people out and make their lives uncomfortable. And we, as the reform movement in Israel, the Israeli movement for progressive reform and progressive Judaism, took a stance saying that is not our type of Judaism. The other issue was the nation-state law. Nation-state law, for those of you who might not remember, basically said this is a Jewish state, and Judaism and Jewish people have a higher standing, more or less, within the Jewish state. And this was very controversial with the Arab minority in Israel. And we were the only religious denomination in Israel, and the only board of a denomination that took a stance saying that this was not in keeping with our beliefs. And in both cases, I think that this has to do with our values as liberal Jews. I think that's the difference between this and the annexation law. The annexation laws are not so much of our values. I think that some people would say that they are, because this was, for instance, assuming that we were going to annex all of the areas that are called Area C in the West Bank, areas where Israel now still has security and civilian control. There are 100,000 Palestinians living there. Are we going to provide them with full political rights? It's questionable. We haven't done that for Palestinian Israelis or Palestinians living in East Jerusalem. And I assume that the government, if and when it doesn't decide to annex those parts of the West Bank, is not going to be planning to provide citizenship for all Palestinians living in those areas, and that would be a problem as well. We're talking here on value-related issues. I want to add one last example, and it's connected to Yom Yerushalayim, Jerusalem Day, that we celebrated. And I say celebrated because all of us, all Israelis, were very, very are very proud of having Jerusalem as our national capital, of course. But the mayor of Jerusalem was interviewed on Thursday and came out with a statement saying that Jerusalem is forever going to be united, but Reform Jews are never going to have access to the Kotel. And that's an issue that I think that there is wide consensus that we can collaborate on, and we continue to collaborate. The Kotel is something that is very important, very central to the beliefs of all of us, and for Jews around the world, not all Jews around the world having free access and to pray the way that they want to pray at the Kotel is a very problematic issue. So that is sort of our own beliefs, but at the same time, I think it's value driven as well. So I don't know whether that helps. And by the way, Yuval, we haven't decided yet how we're going to take the annexation issue. I'm not sure whether that we will not have a position, but we'll see as we move forward. It's too early in the game on that one.
So I think what you're talking about is very important. I think this is also certainly from my perspective how we in liberal Judaism make decisions of where do we take a position on a given issue or not. Is it something that our values dictate to us? And I want to bring in a comment from Tyler Dickinson on YouTube, who comments that maybe the question is also about the fact that we are not fully accepted, our way of being Jewish is not fully accepted within Israel, and that maybe we are a little afraid of being further sidelined if we are maybe critical of Israel, or I'm putting a bit of additional words in here, or whether if we maybe are challenged that we don't value our connection with Israel. I think for me, in a sense, it's the complete opposite. The only reason why I comment on things happening in Israel is because I care deeply about Israel, because I believe deeply in the connection of the Jewish people to a homeland. I think it is a complete misreading of our biblical and rabbinic tradition to say that Jews did not have a yearning for a physical place. So having that space, I think, is an incredible opportunity for us to experiment with a way of being Jewish that is simply not the same when we are not fully in charge. And because I think of this great potential and believe in this great potential, I also feel that it is my role to help make that the best, allow that experiment to flourish, rather than to fail and watch from the sideline. So I would always argue that actually it's exactly because of the inequalities that that we still face in Israel, and it's exactly because of the challenges that Israel presents. That is exactly the reason why we need to collaborate more. But I think there's also a really important element around partnership. So I think one of the most important things that I've learned in the past few years as the international chair of Artsenu is really the importance of talking with our partners in Israel, because sometimes we think we do something in their interest, but we've never actually talked with them. And I think one of the most important lessons that I learned is really the importance of not just thinking that we know it all, not allowing, Yair, we talk all the time. I don't allow you to censor me. If I want to say something, you accept that I will make that a statement, even if we might disagree. But I want to know that you disagree with me before I make that statement. I think that's a really important element of that question around collaboration and consensus. Is I think it's really important that we collaborate even when there isn't consensus. But we need to be able to understand where does the diversity of opinion lie. And that's maybe we also need to learn how we can have a conversation with each other about difficult topics that we know we will disagree on. So this is a little bit, I'm sorry, Yuval, I'm throwing this at you. We hadn't planned for this in our planning session. But I wonder if you can maybe share with you how in your community you do have conversations around Israel where maybe you feel you know in advance that not everyone will be able to agree, but maybe share an example of how you manage to have that conversation in your community in a positive way nonetheless.
I have to say that there's so many in my community who think that Israel can do no wrong, which is, that's the way it is, and that's okay. It's not always even my view. As I said, as an Israeli citizen, I can easily think that there's some things that the government is doing that is not right, and certainly when it comes to looking at the rights of progressive Jews in Israel, I have to say it's one of the greatest anomalies that I see. I can marry and be buried as a Jew in this country and do everything as a Jew, but I go to Israel and then suddenly I have to fly to another country if I want to get married, and good luck if I want, if somebody needs to be buried. That needs to be repaired. And I would say the conversation that I had always had to be around, how do we agree to disagree? I've learned that sometimes sermons are not the best way, although I've given a sermon this morning about Yom Yerushalayim, and that was not easy. Luckily on social media it's easy because nobody can heckle you, but maybe that's not always the solution. Sometimes getting a group together and introducing the issues, sometimes even allowing a different voice. This is something that is always difficult when it comes to Israel, but if somebody criticizes me about something I've written, then I would say, why don't you write to the newsletter and express your view? It's as valid as mine. Just because I'm the rabbi doesn't mean that your view should not be aired and discussed.
Thank you very much. I think that's really important. And I think on that note, I want to bring in another comment from Graham Carpenter, which was in response to Yair, because I think it's important, not because we don't want to spend a whole session today talking about annexation, but I think it's really important that our listeners can hear that response too, because I think that is part of the importance of collaboration, like what Yuval just said, the importance of allowing other people to have a voice as well. And I think as progressive Jews, in a sense, that collaborative process is so important to working out what our values actually are and where our values actually stand and what challenges our current values, because they're not forever enshrined. And therefore, if we cannot be in conversation, how can we really engage with something? I think I want us to, because I think it's really important that we think a little bit about the collaboration aspect as well. So I want us to transition to a slightly different conversation for a moment. We might come back to this again with the comments from viewers, but to think about a little bit this notion of Kol Yisrael Aravim Ze Bazeh, all of Israel are responsible for one another, and think a little bit about that relationship that we maybe have or should have or could strengthen between the liberal movement in the UK and our Israeli reform partners. Now, I want to give us an opportunity to see a little bit of a glimpse of what our sister movement in Israel has been doing during these challenging times. So we're going to have a very short video clip seeing a little bit of that work. And then we'll talk a little bit about what do we have in common. Is there things that we can learn from each other? So over to the video.
Shabbat shalom, Shabbat shalom, Shabbat, 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 Shabbat shalom, Shabbat, 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 Shabbat,
אני שם לכם מול העיניים
שאני על הרצף, הרב בני, במשך היום, ועמד על הראש.
הנה פעמך קרבים, הרעידו בו רביבי, עמוק באתר, פועם לבבי.
הנה אתם רואים אותה בתמונה, נחתו בחלקן גם על ראשם.
עמוק באתר,
בתור ברכה, הנה איזה יופי. שהיא הייתה ילדה קטנה לפני הרבה
שעמדה לאבותינו, והיא שעמדה לאמותינו ולנו, שלא אחד בלבד עמד עלינו לכלותנו, עמד עלינו לכלותנו, והקדוש ברוך הוא
Se alguma coisa boa tiver que sair disso, vai ser.
אנו מכריזים בזאת על הקמת מדינה יהודית בארץ ישראל. היא מדינת ישראל.
הללויה לעולם, הללויה ישירו כולם, במילה אחת בודדה, הלב בלב.
Wonderful little video, and I think lots of examples already of collaboration in there, collaboration between communities in Israel, also international collaboration. So luckily I didn't wear the same top as in the video. So
I'm not sure whether I did or didn't.
So that people think I have more than one outfit. But so we see there that just like for us in liberal Judaism, this crisis, this international pandemic has actually provided us with lots of wonderful opportunities to try new things, to collaborate in new ways. But it has also come with challenges. So I was just wondering, Yair, could you tell us a little bit about, this was the happy side of things. There's often a dark side of things. Maybe you could share a little bit about the challenges that this crisis has brought for our sister movement in Israel.
Well, I know that just like in the UK, we have taken a major hit from a financial point of view. Many of our communities have taken a hit, and our movement itself, and we know we've already started analyzing how we're going to go through the year, and we're going to take almost a 20% hit in our annual budget. That has required us to take all kinds of steps to ensure that our financial viability continues to exist as we move forward. We've had to cut activities. Our own biennial was supposed to be in 2 weeks, but a live biennial, we decided to cancel it for this year. We're questionable as to whether we're going to have our summer camp, which is Chavaya, which is meant to start in the middle of July, and whether we're going to transition and move it into August, and whether we can have it at all. We're a couple of weeks ahead of you, or several weeks ahead of you in Israel vis-a-vis the pandemic itself. And we're now moving towards new stages where our communities are opening a bit. But we've taken a major cut, and one of our major challenges is how we deal with our employees. The INPJ employs 120 people, and we did not place any people in furlough. We've had issues dealing with the representatives of our employees. Rabbis who are directly employed by the movement in Israel, as opposed to in many other places where the rabbis are all employed by the communities themselves. Half of our communities' rabbis are employed directly by the movement because of the financial situation. Many of our communities are nascent, and as a result, our community coordinators and rabbis are directly employed. And what is the fact that we are taking an economic hit mean vis-a-vis the salaries we can pay those people at the time? And we've made some very difficult decisions as we've moved forward. We've cut salaries for our employees. We've decided for the next 6 weeks or so that not only are we cutting salaries, but we're cutting the positions, in the sense that people are going to only be working for up to 80% of the times. And some of our employees are only working 4 days a week. Those are major steps for us, and they're very, very difficult for leaders to take, whether it's the professional leaders or the lay leaders who are responsible and oversee some of the things. We're at a stage where things are very difficult. And we understand that many of our communities are also suffering through this period. And so the silver lining, of course, is that and that's an important piece that I want to speak, is something of what you saw in that clip. Most of our communities were not present in a writ large in the virtual world, and we are now present. We are now moving forward, and many of our communities have done a fabulous job of transitioning into that. And it's something that we've learned. And this is an important thing when you talk about collaboration. We've learned that, first of all, that this has created huge collaboration between the communities, but it's also created a wonderful collaboration between the communities and the central movement. So many of the activities are done on a national level. For instance, on Yom Yerushalayim, we had a program that was run by 6 of our communities together, and we're going to have a Tikkun Leil Shavuot run across the country through the movement, with 8 or 9 communities working together, each one with having separate rooms, so to speak, where people can go and learn study sessions throughout the night. This is a wonderful silver lining of this. One of the issues that we're going to deal with, and I have a feeling that you will also, and we can learn from each other on that, is how we move forward. My own community, I prayed this morning in my community in Kol Shema in Jerusalem, where half the community is now returning to our sanctuary. We had 40 people in the sanctuary, while many people are still uncomfortable leaving their homes or just feel that they need a little bit more time. And so we're continuing having video that we're zooming our services in as well. And so we're going to have to move forward and see it. And the hope, of course, that there's not a second wave of this disease in Israel, which has been handled quite well, I must say. And by the way, I feel responsibility. Graham Carpenter is one who likes to challenge me with difficult questions, and I can't leave
We'll
this.
get back to that. We'll get back to that. Give me a second.
Sorry, I'm
Yair.
sorry. I apologize. I'm not gonna go there right now. But
I'm not gonna let it go.
It's a very challenging time for us. And
yeah. So I'm gonna come back. I want to just give Yuval a chance to come in on this topic, and then we're coming back because Yuval also wanted to respond to Graham's question, and Sue Bard is asking also us to come back to the question. So I'm not leaving it completely. Don't worry. But I want to ask Yuval briefly, sort of in response to what Yair just spoke about and what we just saw. This crisis actually has provided such an opportunity for our sister movement in Israel to reach more and more people, and at the same time they are financially challenged, which will limit growth. And all these examples of the work that they're doing are reaching people that would have never ever before set foot or stepped through the doors of a Reform synagogue, but they are exposed to it now virtually. Yuval, is this the time now for us as liberal Judaism to say we need to double down on our effort to support our sister movement in Israel, and to say this could be the moment to turn the tide? And unfortunately, one of the things it takes is not just for us to make nice statements, but to put money where our mouth is.
Maybe it's time for the movement to support us. I'll explain. I think that that pandemic, the situation, the challenge of the situation is as follows. It's a global pandemic. It is affecting the Jewish world. In fact, much more than it affects Israel. That more Jews died in France of the pandemic than in the whole of Israel. And of course, there are quite a few less in this country as well, 500 people or more. I don't know what the latest count. The impact on each and every community has been immense. And of course, apart from the health impact, there is a financial impact that I think we are yet to see. We are not quite there, but we will eventually. Now, that, of course, because in the pandemic affects sort of regionally, and it seems to have affected the Middle East generally. This is not just Israel, but the whole of the Middle East is not affected as much as, say, Europe. The response to it in every country is different, and the challenges, including the financial challenges, the economic challenges, are different. And here I find ourselves going sort of, on the one hand, we're thinking, Kol Yisrael Aravim, we're all guarantees, we all need to support one another. On the other hand, we are at a lockdown, we have to stay in our homes, and we can't even provide matzot for our next door neighbor, because who knows that these matzot might cause them to be ill. So therefore, it's very difficult for me to see how, in the long term, we need to cooperate. I think we do need to support one another. I can tell you one or two areas where I feel and think that there is a great scope. I've watched a lovely video this morning. I've shared it with my community as well, of female cantors. There were more than 30 female cantors singing together Yerushalayim Shel Zahav. It was fantastic, and I really regret that there was nobody from the UK. I wish there was somebody from Germany. And I think that this is one of the areas where we can support, cooperate, and do more. And if we keep in touch, then we will find the opportunities to help one another, because I'm not sure how the Jewish community in the UK is going to come out of this crisis. Hopefully not too bad, but I don't know at the moment.
Thank you. And I think, yeah, I totally know where you're coming from in terms of this cooperation. I think one of the lovely collaborations that's happening, which we're inspired to this year because of the crisis, is that at our Tikkun Leil Shavuot at Northwood, one of the sessions, actually two of the sessions, are going to be together with the Israeli Reform Movement. One with the Leo Back Education Center in Haifa, and one is which is going to be streamed both on the Tikkun Leil of the IMPJ and also in our Tikkun Leil, which is a session we're doing together, which is a really wonderful way of cooperating, and it is so easy now. We only have 5 minutes, so you're going to get 2 minutes each to say something about annexation and Graham's question, and then I'm going to reserve the right to take 1 minute to also comment on that, and then pass on to the rest of the program. So, Yuval, why don't you go first?
This is just a clarification, and I'm sure Yair will agree with me that the issue of the annexation, the reason why it is not just grabbing Palestinian land, it's because we're talking about something that was on the cards for a long time as a part of the Israeli-Palestinian peace process, where there was going to be an exchange of land from both sides. That peace process is not happening, and what the Israeli government is doing is actually taking the one side of the equation and implementing it. Of course, they're doing it without the partner being there and agreeing to it. And the other question is how far and how deep this annexation is going to be. So these are the big questions, but that's why it is not such a straightforward land grabbing, Palestinian land grabbing.
Thank you. Yair?
I would beg to differ on that one from a factual point of view, but I'm trying to be careful because of my own personal views as opposed to my positional my views as a position in my position. I think that if we're going to affect Palestinians per se, if we're going to take over Palestinian lands owned privately by Palestinians and make them Israeli lands, that's an issue that's difficult. I think one of the issues that I mentioned before is the issue of political rights for the Palestinians living within the areas that will be annexed. If it's all Area C, as I mentioned before, then and there's 100,000 Palestinians there, and if we're not going to provide them with political rights, then we're creating really a very problematic situation. And I think that we're going to have to see how we deal with that. I think that this is a value-driven issue that we're going to have to deal with moving forward. I agree with you, Yuval, that there is some security issues, because especially when you talk about the Jordan Valley Rift, the area of the Jordan Valley, many Israelis see that as a security issue that Israel as a state has to continue controlling that area for security reasons, as some sort of a border between Jordan and ourselves and the state of Israel. I think that this is an issue that will somehow be brought to the attention of my board, and we'll have to decide. There are many people within the Israeli reform movement that think that probably we shouldn't take a position, and it's not an easy position, not an easy question, but we'll have to decide upon it. Sorry, Leah, if I've taken a bit of your one moment.
No, you didn't. You were perfect on time. You left me exactly 1 minute. I think there's an easy answer and a difficult answer to Graham's question. I think if annexation does mean automatically the denial of Palestinian democratic rights, then it is very clearly in direct contradiction with our liberal Jewish values. I think the question when we talk about annexation is that it's not clear that these two have to be linked. And I think for me, that's the same question around when we're talking about, does annexation mean the end to the two-state solution? I think there's a value question, there's a longer-term political question of what does that mean? What are what are mechanisms that would still allow us to reach that position. I think in this conversation, there's always the challenge of we each have our own views on topics, and then oftentimes, whether we are rabbis or we hold positions, we have to balance that we want to be able to speak on topics that we know there isn't consensus, or where we are potentially even wanting to go against the consensus. And I think sometimes where that moves away from the values is, which we can apply very much to our personal opinions, is that actually being value pure and just losing doesn't save anyone. So sometimes we have to be politically pragmatic in order to get the best out of a bad situation. So while I can say very simply, I think there is a simple answer from a values perspective, what does that mean for us in terms of how we should act politically to achieve change might be different, because it's not going to be a black and white, because we want to be like Yochanan ben Zakkai, who decided not to burn down with Jerusalem and the temple, but instead be pragmatic, negotiate with the leadership and start up in Yavne again. That was not the ideal case scenario, but it was the best, and it was what allowed Judaism to survive. So I think when we come to Israel, sometimes we need to try and also separate that and not forget that, yes, our values are really crucial, but this is real. It's not an idea. And we want to be able to make a real impact on a country that we care passionately about, on value. Israel is not just a country, it's also a value in our Jewish identity. So I hope this has been an interesting conversation for everyone to listen. We are over our time, which I normally don't ever do, so I apologize to everyone backstage. We're going to hand back to Lily's Legacy now, and at 3:45 our next session will start with multi-generational collaboration, looking at multi-generational collaboration, and I hope that you will enjoy the rest of this wonderful biennial weekend, and all the very best. Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom ולהתראות.
And thank you to you.
Future, I'd really love to be a rabbi. So that's kind of, my journey has gone from not knowing anything to kind of, I really feel at my most happy, and it's not really a feeling I can really explain, but my most kind of elated when I'm sort of talking about Judaism or reading Jewish texts or studying and Torah, like that kind of thing.
Services and prayer books have become more radical, and we're going to be more radical because in the new Siddur we're working on, we're looking at using the feminine much more rather than just being gender neutral. We're looking at having masculine and feminine imagery, because in the Hebrew is either masculine or feminine. There's no gender neutral. So it's quite challenging, but I think quite a lot of the movement are with us already on that. And it's very exciting to work on it and to think that we are at the forefront, whilst also, recognizing people's different sensibilities. But it's about thinking of God, for me anyway, you're always thinking of God in metaphors. You can't possibly pin down God, as it were. So everything that you use to talk about God's a metaphor. And whether you talk about God as a divine presence or a ruler or whatever, they're all different ways of thinking about God. And it is important that that includes the masculine and the feminine. So yeah, we're always working on liturgy.
I think it was about 11, 12, maybe 13 years ago, I'm not sure, when I came across NLPJC, North London Progressive Jewish Community. And what is true is that I was very impressed by the rabbi there, who was at that time Rabbi Shulamit Ambalou. I was impressed by the atmosphere that she seemed to be creating in the services. I was very interested in some of the things she had to say in the sermons that she gave. I was extremely impressed with her as a teacher. And I found that I loved it. I enjoyed the classes. I increasingly found that the services were satisfying to me on a spiritual level, as well as interesting, because they were about Jewish culture that I felt my family had entirely lost. In those years, while I was there and Shulamit was still there, we changed our name. We gave ourselves a Hebrew name under her leadership. And also under her leadership, I developed really hugely as a Jew. Two really big things happened that she suggested. There's only one reason that I said yes to them. When I joined, I made myself a kind of private, personal policy in my mind. I was so impressed with Shulamit. I didn't want to turn her into some kind of guru or, in some unquestioning way, but I made an agreement with myself that this was a really interesting, exciting new turn in my life, and that whatever she suggested to me, I would try to say yes to, unless I had a really good reason for knowing that the answer must be no. I decided I trusted her and I wanted to follow her.
And it was the South London Liberal Synagogue which really influenced my style of Judaism. In fact, Lily Montague had been the president of that community, but since she died, I think in 1963, I don't remember her. The thing about the South London Liberal Synagogue was that it was a Jewish community, not in a particularly Jewish area, but it was a Jewish community which understood that Judaism was about service to the community as a whole. And so once a month, I was dragged to the Nightingale Home for Aged Jews with my grandmother to serve in the shop as a volunteer. And then my father's sisters would take me to what I now know to be a home for women. It was called Westcombe Lodge. And it was a home for gentle women folk who fell in hard times of some sort or another. And I don't know what that meant. It probably meant that some of them had mild mental challenge, or they got pregnant or something. But all I remember about it was that we used to have to make them tea and give them cakes. But actually, it was the work of women in particular, and women without children, of which Lily Montague was, of course, one, what I call pretty radical, left-wing, socially inclined women who understand that Judaism was about serving the community, both the Jewish community and the non-Jewish community. And that's, in a sense, shaped my style of Judaism. And it's important that liberal Judaism was founded by a woman. Lily Montague, despite being from an Orthodox home, she probably did have a mental breakdown in her early teenage years, which may have provoked her later activity. It was her who said, the Judaism we have is not good enough, particularly for women and children, doesn't have a spirit about it. It's become a sort of empty repetition, and I want to do something about that. The fact of the matter is, our founder is a woman. Lily Montague was the founder. If you had to check that, she was the founder. And the fact is, had she not persuaded Montefiore to put his money behind the venture, it wouldn't exist. And together they then selected Matic as their third M.
And on the question of a woman taking the service, when you think how in the early 1900s that the founders of liberal Judaism, all of them, were happy to accept that. It says something about the strength of her personality and her religiosity.
When Jackie Chabot became the first rabbi, I was thrilled, absolutely thrilled. People sniffed. I said, well, what's wrong with a woman being able to read the Torah and understand them? And I said, probably even more equipped than the man is. I said, in pastoral care. I was very pleased. And then they all came along.
When I started at Birmingham, I didn't feel there was any prejudice. I discovered later that one or two people I knew quite well had actually been really upset. But I just got on with with it anyway and didn't worry too much. I had one person walk out of a sermon once I gave about this idea of different images for God, and there's a lovely sermon I quoted from by somebody, it's still one of my favourites, about God as an old woman looking out at her children on Yom Kippur, and one congregant walked out, but most people didn't. It's a bit of a cliche to say that I'm more pastoral as a woman, and a stereotype as well, but I certainly very much enjoy the pastoral side of being a rabbi, and that is a side that seems to be more associated with women, but I'm not sure how much that's a stereotype, but I certainly very much enjoy the pastoral side and the relationships and getting to know people, particularly the older members. It's one of the things I love most about the rabbinate. I think every woman rabbi will tell you that you meet people all the time from outside Judaism. They say, oh, I didn't know there were women rabbis. So we're just used to people saying that now. I'm not sure when that will end, really. For example, I'm the only woman on the Birmingham Faith Leaders group because generally the other faiths don't recognise women leaders. I mean, there was the minister, a Christian minister for a while on the Faith Leaders group, but there was a 3-year term and then she left and haven't been any women since. And it's difficult, if you go to mosque, sometimes I'm made a kind of honorary man and sit with the men and the women are all behind a screen, and that feels all wrong as well. So it's very difficult in the interfaith setting, I think, often. Whether that can be an influence, I'd like to think so. I think, you can offer other women in other faiths the possibility that women can be leaders. So I do hope it does have some sort of influence.
So I think it's important to acknowledge that that our movement, first of all, was founded by Lily Montagu, that Lily Montagu was a woman, a Victorian woman, it's true, who, it is said, had deep spiritual aspirations, was an excellent organizer, but was committed to founding a Judaism which I think its values are as relevant today as they were then, namely that people be treated equally.
This podcast series on oral histories is part of the exhibition Lily's Legacy, Voices and Visions of Liberal Judaism, a project supported by the National Lottery Heritage Fund. It was produced by Mary Lawrence and Lucia Scazzaccio, sound editing and design by Lucia Scazzaccio, and special thanks to all the contributors who agreed to share their stories. For more information about what you've just heard, do visit the exhibition website, www.lilieslegacyproject.com. You're listening to Lily's Legacy, a podcast series compiled from oral histories and produced as part of a digital exhibition exploring how liberal Judaism has evolved since it was co-founded by British visionary Lily Montagu in 1902. This episode explores the theme of equality, diversity, and inclusion. Equality and inclusion are key values for liberal Jews. Liberal Judaism welcomes all Jews, regardless of marital status, sexual orientation, gender identity, or disability. In this episode, liberal Jews from all walks of life share their stories about acceptance. You will hear that some people feel that their needs have been accommodated, whilst others feel these are yet to be addressed. Although these voices record diverse experiences, the overwhelming message is that liberal Judaism offers a place of belonging and acceptance where everyone is welcome.
We get Rabbi Tony Rich. He visits my community in Wessex. At least once a year he comes and visits. And he will challenge us about the way that we are inclusive. And there's a delight in the fact that we have, as liberal Judaism, both nationally influenced politics in order for gay people to have marriage on an equal footing. In our local life, that we consider the needs of perhaps elderly or disabled people within our own communities, that we think about how our structures are set up to exclude or include people. We also have some kinder transport people still alive in our community. So refugees these days are possibly going to be Syrian refugees.
Hi everybody, and welcome to multi-generational collaboration. I'm Becca Fetterman, and I'm joined today by Zoe Jacobs from FPS. So we wanted to spend this hour talking through the different work we do, looking at some of the difficulties and opportunities that arise from working with the generations together, and also looking at this time, what are the different needs of the different age groups that we work with in the different communities. So we'll just start off by introducing ourselves. So I'm Becca Fetterman. I am the Director of Youth and Students at Liberal Judaism. I've been working there now for I think about 5 years, but before that I worked in the youth service in Bucks, and one of our big pushes in Buckinghamshire's youth service was to do multi-generational work, and we did quite a few projects. Quite often we featured around like British history and got young people. We took a group of young people to France to look at like the D-Day landings, and then they came back and met people who'd been there, and those kind of projects. That's my background in multi-generational work, but also now working within the LJ communities. Zoe, would you like to introduce yourself?
Sure. Hi, I'm Zoe Jacobs. I work at Finchley Progressive Synagogue as their Community Education and Development Manager. I've worked in 3 different progressive synagogues doing mainly youth and community work, but I think my interest in intergenerational work comes through growing up in the community I ended up working in, because so many of the adults were sort of second parents to me, and I could see that they were the same, had that same relationship with children. And I think that I could sort of see the benefits and the joy of sort of bringing those people together, often to do quite, maybe on a different side to you, Becca, of quite silly things. I ended up like planning an activity for kids, and adults just joined in.
Sounds great. So kind of the first thing we're looking at is we've both used this term of like intergenerational work, or as the title of the session is multi-generational work. So what is your understanding of what that means? And why do you think we do it?
I think it's almost easier to answer that second question first, which is why we do it, because people tend to grow up in families, and families are intergenerational, and it seems that if naturally children learn by being in a space, then when we're doing purposeful learning, we want to replicate that space, and that space is naturally intergenerational. And we know that communities work best when people are bunched together with different experiences, different life backgrounds, different thoughts, and you plop them together and they learn better and more. Obviously, bringing a nice Harry Potter quote, Dumbledore says, youth cannot know how age thinks and feels, but old men are guilty if they forget what it was to be young. And I think that really helps. It's obviously a core motivator for me is do what Dumbledore says. But I think for me, multi-generational, intergenerational learning is learning from or learning with folk from who are in a different generation to you. And I think those things are really different. Learning from someone, it sounds a bit like the project you were talking about of the D-Day landings is learning from someone. What were your experiences? I think it's something very different saying learning with. So neither generation knows what on earth's going on, but you're doing it together.
Thank you. That's an amazing place to start. It's funny because I also got a quote that on a very similar ilk. Mine's a lot less highbrow than yours. So I thought of a nice quote. I thought to start us off. Actually, I probably would have put it later on, but it goes nicely with yours. Is from Socrates. Yeah, get me. So Socrates, in ancient Greece said, "The children now love luxury. They have bad manners, contempt for authority. They show disrespect for elders and love chatter in place of exercise. Children are now tyrants, not the servants of their households. There is no longer they no longer rise when elders enter the room." And I think that is really interesting. That even 400 years BCE, that was how people saw young people, and nothing's changed. They see young people as, they see the bad in young people. That's naturally the way our society works. And older people always, when I was their age, it was different, and now they get away with murder, or now their behavior is really bad. And I think if we're talking about making communities, it's really important that we break down some of that. And actually, it's really tough being a young person now. It's really tough being a young person always. And older generations see the bad in the same way. It's really tough being an older person, especially at the moment. And actually, the more we understand what's going on for the other, the better we can be a community and support each other and make our kahila feel like a kahila. And so that's why I wanted to start with Socrates and Dumbledore. I mean, yeah, two great inspirations. So thinking about our work in FPS and in liberal Judaism, I wanted to go through the different age groups that we work with, and kind of just share how you think lockdown has affected the different age groups. So what's the age group that you've been working with the most, Zoe?
Years 3 to 8, which is age 7 to 13. And I think that's, for me, that is such a wide span. I think now, knowing what we know, that there will be some year groups going back into schools for a bit, I think gives them motivation and purpose. I think particularly for those age groups that are just being told, keep doing schoolwork, I think that's tough. And I think the motivation, and I think so much we hope that school is about community in a different way to the Jewish community, but still community and still friendships, and what they learn from being around people is gone. So it's so much, however much we want values to be taught through school, suddenly it is more about a pen and paper. So I think a lot of the social learning has been lost, which is really hard. And I think that schools are doing really clever things. I know that lots of kids that I've been speaking to have projects, and I wonder whether in the ways that sort of English or maths or science, the world isn't necessarily split into those categories, and doing project work merges those boundaries. So perhaps something good that comes out of this is that those kids are doing more sort of project-based learning, because they can feed themselves, they can sort of search around in the world. But I see the motivation is tough right now.
I also think they live in such different homes with such different resources and different issues going on. You know, some people are living with someone who's shielding and they can't go out, and some people don't have access to internet-based devices. Some people don't have gardens, and I think that there's a kind of assumption that, you know, all the kids are kind of in their paddling pools and communicating with their friends on apps and all those things that just isn't possible for all families. And also there's a kind of perception that all kids, you know, all kids are happy and like no one's got special needs, and all those things are still existing, still going on. Difficult, you know, and parents still struggling with their children. I think that the age group that I'm seeing that there is the least for, well, I don't know. I think most age groups would probably say they have the least for them. But parents, I think parents are really struggling as well. Of, you know, I'm speaking to a lot of my friends who have full-time jobs and now are full-time homeschooling, and there's no respite. I always hear people say when they come back from maternity leave, it's kind of a joke. Oh, it's amazing. It's like I get a break in my week when I'm at work. And now there's like no break, no escape. And I think that is, really tough going.
I wonder whether also, I haven't seen that. I've heard it from the people that I know who are parents, but within the community, that is not a message I'm getting. And I wonder, because I'm not a parent, because there's some feeling of being judged by that experience. And by saying, I need some help, I wonder if they're not willing to come to me, but it might be that they go to Rabbi Rebecca, who does have children, who can sympathize in a way. But we open space for parents and nothing.
I think it's the Facebook effect. Everybody puts on Facebook the amazing thing that their kid did. Look at my kids, they made dinner. I mean, my kids have not made me dinner over lockdown, but or look at the cake that my kid baked, or the amazing artwork, but not, oh my God, my kid had a 2-hour tantrum because they didn't want to do their English. Or my kid has refused to get dressed for a week and has just lived in pajamas and refuses to go on Zoom lessons because they can't stand it. People don't post that. And so I think that actually there isn't a culture of sharing those kind of things within the parents, and therefore it's kind of kept quiet.
Yeah, I think also school aims to become an equalizer for children. So going back to what you were saying about some children just don't have the resources, whether that's to physical or spatial or their mental health or the world they live in. School is an equalizer, but I also wonder if it's an equalizer for parents as well, that whatever they're doing in the time their children are at school, they can balance themselves, and suddenly they're just not getting that space.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the other age groups that really worries me is the students. There's like a lot of students and gap year students that I think is the worst, and A levels year 13 who have literally, at that age, they're all at the age that most parents are a bit alien. I know, Zoe, you're always been very close to your parents, but I remember from when I was at university, when I went home, it was weird.
Yeah.
That you're an adult out there, and then you come back and you're a child, and all these young adults are being forced into their childhood homes to be children but have nothing to do.
Someone described it to me as when you go home, it's like going to your primary school and you try and sit on the seats and they're too small, and it feels like that you're an adult in what you consider a home for a bedroom for a child. It doesn't fit anymore, but it's also really comforting because it's familiar, and so it jars. And I think you're right. It's and that purpose, giving yourself, okay, but I've got to do these, puts it in sort of in the back of your mind, but just living in that space with less escape.
And I also think some of them are still having to continue on with their university work, but without any of the social side of it. And they're just at home writing essays or doing exams. And I think that's incredibly difficult and incredibly tough. You've got all the stress, plus you're in a stressful environment because you're not in your own space. And at that age, and teenagers, they just need their friends and their peers. And the ones that are in relationships, regardless how serious they are, they can't really see their partners because they don't live with them on the whole. It makes life very difficult, and it infantizes them.
I think also, for me, they've had the biggest shift, maybe slightly earlier, so 15, 16-year-olds. At the start, they were joyful. I thought that they were going to be in this really difficult space, a bit like what you were saying. And obviously we stereotype them, but there's this concept that teenagers would quite like to be on their phones all day, in their bedrooms with nothing to do, with no one bothering them. And for about the first 3 weeks of lockdown, it was heaven. They were just like, it's great. My parents let me be on my smartphone however long I want to. I don't have anything to do, I'm just in my room. And I think they've had the biggest turnaround of this being of their conception of heaven arriving on earth, and then realizing actually it's not that great. And I think that's hard to realize, to cope with just the reality of it, but also to realize what you think is cool is actually really tough.
Yeah, and I've been speaking to quite a few parents of preschoolers and toddlers, and I think that's hard work. You know, the parents of babies are having quite a nice time, they're getting quality time, but the toddlers who need to run around and have lots of energy and are used to going to classes and meeting lots of other kids, and their kids have all this energy, and they have to, when they take them out, keep them away from people, and they don't understand what's going on, and they, you know, they're sociable beings, but they have no concept of what is coronavirus, and that, you know, you can see Granny and Grandpa, but they have to be 2 meters away and you can't hug them. Like, there's no understanding of that. And I think the parents of those kids are exhausted. I think that is hard work.
Yeah, I think I've seen so many people who have gardens and say, actually, with early years, if you've got a garden, it steps you up. And to know that there are people who have no space other than their indoors, with children that what they need to do in a way that lots of other ages don't is run. Just run and play and climb. And houses are built for that kind of activity. And I have a friend who has a baby whose baby has lived in lockdown. That child knows no other concept, and obviously that child doesn't really know anything. But it's so bizarre to think there's a child whose world is only the 4 walls they live in.
Yeah. So what about the other end of the spectrum? Have you had much to do with older people, so those that are retired and elderly?
Yeah, and I think some folk I feel who are newly retired, I feel like are coping sort of well, and they have the structures they've built up. They've gone, right, I can relax. I was really looking forward to retirement. It's now like retirement, like super retirement. I really can't do anything. And they've picked up the projects they were wanting to do. But I think there's a flip side.
My parents are in that category. They are loving this.
Yeah, and I think that's I think sometimes when everything's getting overwhelming, to join in on someone's joy, I think is really important, to like embody their experience and be like, wow, I'm so glad it's amazing for you, even with its like challenges. But I do think there are other folk, particularly those who are on their own, or who are particularly sociable, who, you know, gain their energy from being around people. And I think it's interesting hearing the experience of introverts and extroverts in this space. But those who do want to go out and socialize and find their social spaces further afield, it's tough. And I think technology is such a challenge for some of those folk, and not paint them all with the same brush, because some people find technology so much easier. But some of the folk find it stressful. The idea that I can speak to my daughter or my friend, but I'm going to have to go through, like, jump through a hoop that makes me anxious. That's really tough in a way that I think we are happy to just nip onto the computer.
Absolutely. Excuse me. Okay, I think it's very interesting, because I think that the multi-generational work and talking about people, like, I don't think we could start the conversation without talking about what's going on for people now. But it's very interesting how that just takes over. But I think with no clear end, it's really important that we talk about how this is affecting people during lockdown, because those needs aren't going away. So my next question is really, how is this situation affecting, in your opinion, any kind of intergenerational work, or just intergenerational community, like intergenerational links within the community that you work with?
I think I remember learning in a very different space. I did a degree on linguistics, and we looked at how dictionaries are made. And when you have a dictionary, you flip, I mean, if one has a physical dictionary, you can flip to a page and you have a random entry and you learn bizarre words. And once dictionaries were electronically done, you don't have any randomness. You search for a word you want to know. Or you go, okay, well, I want a bit of random, I'll search a letter. But you cannot truly find a random thing. And I think that has been taken out again. When our community has gone online, you can't bump into people. You don't have the, oh, sorry, I found a child on the floor. Let me play with them until I find where their parent is. You don't have that. And so it's all much more purposeful. And so there's far fewer of those random interactions that are often what a community rejoices in, that there's a toddler running around the service and making way more noise than that parent feels is reasonable, but everyone else is delighted by it. We don't have those random interactions. And I think that's a real loss. I think some grandparents are getting involved in a very different way. I know some families where both parents are working have pretty much transferred homeschooling to the grandparents. And I can imagine that's quite overwhelming for grandparents, but some of them are loving it. They really are doing intergenerational learning from, if not learning with, because their grandparents are learning and experiencing their grandchild's world. And, I'm sure there is some learning from in both directions of, Granny, no, this is how you turn Zoom on. And then Granny will explain how some bit of maths works. So I think for some grandparents, there is that intergenerational thing that I guess was much less direct previously. But I think that there are fewer stories being shared because I feel like sometimes Corona takes over everything. And so what you can actually talk about is, so did you do anything yesterday? No, me neither. And that's not actually a joyful interaction. That is just really honestly sharing your experience of right now. And I know there's been lots of discussion as to whether our experiences are the same or different. And I think we've concluded very different based on the technology and the resources you have. But to some extent, bits of it are the same. And everyone just being like, yeah, it's rubbish. Yeah, it's rubbish. Doesn't bring the joy of intergenerational differences. It just sits you both in the same place going, ugh.
Yeah, I don't know. For me, I can only think about this personally. I really love your analogy, and I think my kids love going to synagogue. Like, they really enjoy synagogue services. They will not go to a Zoom service, and I think there's a bit of, if my kids turn up at synagogue, across the room, like, someone will wave, someone will smile, someone will come up to them and say, oh, I heard about you did this, this and this, how's it going? And that's the kind of the bumping in, that bit that is missing. And I think that it's just very dry and when they, for children, and I think that, our clergy are doing an amazing job at making it really interesting for adults, but I don't think it's possible to do that for children at the same time in the same service, or if it is, it's much more of a challenge. But I'd also say, we've lost our support system. Like, grandparents were doing all our childcare and having our kids after school, and my kids are happy to Zoom their grandparents a bit, or WhatsApp call them, but it's not the same, and they don't, it's not the same, and they don't feel like they're getting quality time. They're not hanging out with their grandparents, and I think that there's a real kind of breakdown, but also that loss of our support system, which I think a lot of people are feeling. I mean, I know I'm very lucky that we have grandparent support, and not everyone does, but and a lot of our friends have grandparents at least doing a day a week childcare, and then that's just gone because they're not allowed to. But I have also seen some real positives. So, for example, my kids had to do some research for VE Day for school, and one of the parents put on the class WhatsApp group, my kid just isn't interested in this at all, and everyone was just replying, me neither, and everyone was really struggling to get their kids to in any way engage with it. And one parent said, oh no, I've got mine to phone up anybody old in my family who was alive, and they're just ringing them and finding out what they did on that day, or what their recollection was, or what did they remember of it. That was it. Everybody was then phoning grandparents, and even if their grandparents too young, the grandparents were saying, oh, my parents told me about it, and it brought it to life. And I think there's so many things like that. And I know that my cousin, who's got younger children, is using an app where the grandparents can read a bedtime story, and they can both see the story on the app. And I think there are so many nice things that are being created to try and bring wider families back together, but it is a struggle. And I think that actually, as communities, we need to really help, because there has been a big breakdown in that intergenerational stuff that happens naturally within families outside of the community. That stuff's less happening, and that brings in a place that a role that where we can help.
I think that, you know, there's that phrase that it takes a village to bring up a child, and suddenly it's not. Suddenly it is one or two parents doing everything that a village would normally do, and all the input that a village brings, which is older folk saying, "It wasn't like that in my day," and children hearing that and either feeling bad or shrugging it off, and peers, all the different variety of people that come into a child's life. It's just been reduced, and suddenly a parent is having to be all those roles. It's having to be a peer and a parent and a teacher and a grandparent and whatever. That's hard for both the child and also for the parents.
Absolutely. Okay, so that leads us on very nicely of what should we be doing? What is our role in this? What can we be doing to support either the different age groups or them together?
Good question. I've found that I think quizzes have become like the new cool thing, and I think sometimes if you're able to use, I think, teamwork, a really specific role. I think sometimes bringing a child and an older person together to talk doesn't really do anything, particularly now when there's screen time and technology and whatever. But I think putting them on a team together, just one child and one older person, saying, okay, you've got a challenge. You need to, and we've been saying, you each in your houses need to find something that begins with the initials of your name. And we've been doing it at the moment, but I've just had in my head since we planned this session, I wonder whether we could do one where we pair people up. And so that it's a very specific task. And if you feel like actually the broader things of asking, what is your story, might be a bit overwhelming. At the start, find something yellow. Okay, now find something that is as big as tall as you, or whatever it is, gives them such specific tasks to enjoy in a small space that then builds a relationship that possibly, again, in life might be built over time and just seeing each other in the building, where suddenly it's quite intense chatting to someone on Zoom. So I think building those very small steps is the first thing that I'd like to do.
It's really interesting, like my family, I meant to say this earlier, my family have been Zooming so much. So I know that there was a whole conversation about Pesach, about, how awful it is that we're not doing our Seder nights and how we're missing out on it this year. And maybe we'll have a Seder night after lockdown or whatever. My Seder night this year was unbelievable. I had a fantastic Seder night. I saw more people than I ever see. I had an international Zoom with both sides, like with my family and my husband's family. Oh. I saw people from Israel, America, France, all on Zoom, and shared bits of Seder with all of them, and people all over the country. And for my meal, I just sat there with my family and my parents on Zoom. And, it was really special. But also I was going to say that since then, because we got the family together from all around the world, we've been doing twice a week, a half an hour challenge quiz type activity one midweek and one at the weekend, including Havdalah. And it's been really, really special that, that I'm actually getting much, much closer to people around the world, like my cousins in America who I haven't grown up with and their kids. And actually, in some ways, it's bringing our family together. And I think there are opportunities there if you find them. I've been thinking of an idea that's kind of been slowly formulating in my head did you see the news that Cambridge University have got this leaked email saying that they are making plans for students not to come back till after next summer? And I think a lot that they're saying no lectures, and that they will probably be doing all the lectures online. They might have to go to tutorials, but they don't know, and they're just trying to reduce the amount of people together and social interaction. And I'm thinking, we're going to have, the university students is one thing, but there's the people who recently graduated who were looking for jobs, and there's huge unemployment. And the thing that always happens is that people don't employ new people, and that youth unemployment kicks up. I keep on hearing in the news about the predicted levels of youth unemployment for the next few years are really high, and I think we're going to have a lot of unemployed people in their 20s who are lost. And if we don't give them purpose and jobs and responsibility and make them feel good about themselves and build up their skills and build up their experience, then we're going to have other problems. You know, I mean, they're saying that Young Minds brought out a report last week saying that youth mental health is the worst it's ever been. I think it's a 30% rise in mental health problems. CAMs are completely inundated. There's problems with they've had. I heard on the news today that the AA, Alcoholics Anonymous, have said that they've had I think 30% more calls than in this last month than they do normally at their helpline. And I think if we don't give those people purpose and something to do, we're going to lose a generation or some of a generation. And on the other hand, we've got the people that are shielding and the people that are really vulnerable, stuck at home and need help. And I think that, you know, we need to be creative at putting those two age groups together. And actually, the young people have amazing skills to do incredible things, and they can make amazing projects. And, you know, interactive projects. They can also be going and befriending and doing all kinds of stuff. And, you know, LJ has this program called Educare, which is open to all liberal synagogues, where people can do qualifications online. So anyone who's volunteering that way can get adult safeguarding and food hygiene and health and safety, you know, building up their CV, and that they show that they've been volunteering and getting experience. I think there's an amazing project there that I think, you know, there's lots of opportunities to really work together, the different generations, to fit their needs. I think, you know, we need to empower our young people to do amazing stuff. I know that a lot of the LJY people who have found themselves at home with nothing to do are saying they're really struggling to get volunteer roles because everyone wants to volunteer. And so
yeah, we looked at doing stuff with Jewish Care, and there was so much support in terms of, like, we'd love to do volunteering and befriending. And by the time we sort of organised ourselves to say, yes, we'd love to, they were like, we're overwhelmed with volunteers, and that's brilliant, but suddenly there's the gap. And I do wonder, again, to what extent, and both in general life but also in Corona life, what do our projects do in terms of accidental intergenerational versus purposeful? So we're looking at creating a Corona recipe book of all the recipes that people have used and perfected during lockdown, and that's naturally intergenerational. But how much, and we're hoping to sort of do cook-alongs and stuff, and that is sort of an accidental intergenerational project, versus the times when we really purposefully bring one group and another group together. And I think that comes with its own challenges, because then people have more sort of stereotypes in their head as like, oh, I'm going to talk to an old person, versus, oh, I'm going to do a recipe and cook along. I'm trying to work out how, particularly with the challenges of online communication, how you balance doing those things that you hope will attract people from all different generations versus purposefully bringing two groups together.
I also think in a lot of communities, the 70-year-olds who are recently retired do a lot of the volunteering, and they can't. It sounds like they're going to be in lockdown for a long time. Like, I'm not thinking that I'm hugging my parents anytime soon, sadly. And without all that people power of all the younger retired people, there's going to be a big gap in all our communities. And I think that we need to start making those young people that are in our communities feel that this is something positive that they can do, and they're needed and wanted. And I think often they just assume that they're not wanted and they're not the people that are required for these roles, and they don't get asked.
I wonder whether also when we're doing stuff together, I guess there is parallel experience versus sort of, I don't know, inter human experience. So it could be intergenerational. I did a training course in Scotland where it was training Jewish volunteers to go into schools, talk about Judaism in a really representative way. And by chance, the course became very intergenerational. So it was people, a couple of students, a couple of parents, and a couple of grandparents coming together, and every week they'd come together, and it became very intergenerational because so much of the conversation brought people's experiences with them, and so the conversation and the learning was more varied because we had varied people in the room. But it could be that they just parallel learn together in a very different experience. What do we do that means that they constantly talk to each other about their experiences, rather than saying, we're going to learn together and we're going to have young folk here and old folk here and everyone's on their own computer? How do we make sure that we're hugely using those people and sharing stories? And I think particularly now, stories are what, it's hard to do stuff now. So maybe we talk about then, whenever then is, and maybe we can share different experiences of then. So we hear stories and we know more about the people that are around us.
Oh, that sounds great. Are there the other age groups that we need to be doing more to support?
I think that's a terrifying question, because I'm sure the answer is yes. And as you said earlier, I'm sure every year group or age group is the one going, no, please help me. But I think teens, I think those older teens that feel, particularly now GCSEs and A-levels have sort of just left them in a gulf of nothing. And I think to some extent, teenagers feel that. I remember saying, I'm bored. My parents were like, well, do something. I was like, no, but I'm bored. I can't do anything because I am bored. It is a barrier to the rest of life. And I feel like that's only going to get worse when they really legitimately have rather less to do than they could have. So how we make sure that they feel like it's something worthwhile doing, that whatever their role is meaningful and needed without being a burden.
Also, I think that teens need that space for just them, and that's what they have lost in this. And and teens who are making the effort to see each other are, being seen as, as bad people that are breaking the rules and putting us all at risk. And instead, let's give them safe ways to do it. And in my synagogue have done things like for the teenagers where they put on a film and a Netflix watch party thing. I'm too old to understand this stuff, but so that they can all watch a film together and chat alongside it, or just creating social spaces. I know LJY have been doing games for 15, 16, 17-year-olds once a week, where they can just meet up online and do silly stuff together in the kind of LJY style. And I think that that's really important. And like they're also left to like chat for some of it. And, teens need away from adults and they are struggling to find it. Also very interesting that I keep on hearing teens have become nocturnal. Most people are not seeing their teenagers during much of the day, and then they're awake all night. And I think that, as youth and community workers, we need to reflect that. We need to be doing stuff for them in the early evenings when they're waking up for the day.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And I think that providing them somewhat, a parent emailed me today to say, well, they are year 10s and year 10s are the ones going back to school. So if they're going back to school, can they meet up in a socially distanced way through synagogue? And it was a question I still haven't come up with an answer with. And I certainly don't know timescale. But I think, and it's so hard because we so don't know the future. And I think so much of, I'm a planner. I'm like, right, here's my Excel spreadsheet. This is what next month's going to look like. And you can't do that right now. But I do think we also need to work out, when do we bring people back into the real world? And do we bring all the year 10s back? Or do we say, actually, is it safer, better to bring our year 10s and our older folk back together so that, do we let our teenagers who just want to hang out with each other for really good reasons, just bring our year 10s back and be like, we're going to sit in a field, it's nice weather, keep apart, and we're actually not going to put very many programs on for you. We're just going to hold this space. Is that actually what they need? And should that be, if we're going to slowly bring people back together, who gets priority and where and when? And I think even if we can't put that in place now, we need to be thinking about it.
Yeah, I think it's really difficult. I think people keep on asking me, what's LJY's summer plans? Well, at the moment, LJY has 5 summer plans, depending on which level of the Nando's chili pepper we're at. who knows? And when we and when is LJY going to make that decision? I mean, when the government tell us what's safe, but the government changing their minds quite a lot, and it's really difficult. And then, you know, when are we going to be able to run a weekend? Are we able to run our normal October weekend that we do? I mean, there are no answers out there. And then we need to, but, you know, we, like yourself, I'm a strategic forward planner. You know, how are we going to run our Hajjah course next year and make sure we have good Madrahim? I was going to say for a Viv. Are we able to run a Viv? Like,
yeah. And it does get gets overwhelming, doesn't it?
There are no certainties and and I think that is what makes it hardest for everyone. Parents are not seeing, oh, my kids in September will be back to full-time school and that's done. That's not a certainty. And kids are not seeing that I can hang out with my friends at any time soon. Somebody posted, oh, I saw it on when I was logged on LJY's Facebook. So it was an LJY parent posted a list of things that people are allowed to do and a list of things that people aren't allowed to do. And some of the things they are allowed to do includes much more mingling than some of the things that they're not allowed to do. And that, does any of it make sense? And if we as adults are struggling with that, well, you know, how are our teens and young adults? And then we blame them in that way of what Socrates said, we always see the bad in the young, and, you know, it's always.
I wonder, it sounds like people, like, we know we're all anxious, and whether that comes under the title of anxiety or just low-level stress, I think we have to bear that in mind when we do intergenerational work as well, that people are going to be stressed in a way that means that they shut down parts of the bits that make them a little bit tense anyway. So we say, okay, we'd love you to meet this person. They're like, that's a new person. I'm just not incapable of bringing myself to a new person right now. And that's really legitimate because we're all suffering in this way, and the constant not knowing is scary. And I do wonder how we bring people together in a way that feels enriching and calming, rather than just providing more and more stimulation. And I also wonder, we're saying, oh, well, you know, we've had 3 months of not seeing your grandparents. That's irritating and difficult and sad, but then it'll be over. And that's not the story we're telling. This might be 6 months or a year. And I think the impact of not having intergenerational stuff for 3 months is, you know, frustrating. I think for a year is a very different story. And we have to have, I am quite a project human. And I was thinking, oh, maybe we could film our older folk telling a 3-minute story about them and share that to our younger folk. That's great, that's a project, but it's not a year-long sustained relationship building, all popping into the building and seeing you there too. And I guess there is a longer question of how do we build that in a way that brings meaningful relationship that lasts this lockdown.
So that's why I quite like the idea of my young adult volunteers befriending an old person, because they can't be shopping for more than one old person, because then they're going in and out of lots of people's houses. But if they, you know, get paired up and they do their shopping and they make them some food or take them for a walk if they are allowed out of the house.
Yeah, that sounds lovely. And I guess it's a question of working out what people want. And I think sometimes, you know, I feel I don't want to go for a walk. I just don't want to. And then a flatmate will drag me out for a walk and I'll realise that's exactly what I needed. And I wonder again how we get past that initial barrier of going, I don't want to help anyone else because I'm stressed. And actually we know for so many people in so many different situations, helping someone else will reduce your own anxiety. But how do we get them to that place?
There's also the other side. I think about parents. So my daughter is autistic and we are in a support group and through my synagogue of parents of autistic children, and we are still meeting now on Zoom and supporting each other and just listening to each other. And we have a WhatsApp group where we talk about our problems, and it's a lifeline for me, and it has made such a difference. And I'm thinking that I'm hearing more and more from other parents who don't have autistic children that they're really struggling. And actually maybe we need to create, you know, like parents groups, which are those supportive places where parents can say, oh, isn't this really tough, and share with each other how exhausted they are, or how homeschooling is a joke because their kids aren't really willing to do any of it, and actually give them a space to vent and offload. I think, you know, we're heading towards the summer, and if childcare can't happen over the summer, if there is no form of summer schemes, not that that is a decision that LJY has made yet, but if there can't be, then we've got all of these kids at home for 6 weeks with their parents working. I know it's a nightmare, and I think if those parents don't end up with places to vent, you know, that feeds into the anxiety, mental health, alcohol issues. And I think, you know, we need to give those parents some additional support.
I wonder whether also using that middle generation, we know we call them the lost generation so much in synagogue, so they're people in their 20s, bringing them up and saying, we have problems and you are our solution. You might be the person who can say, we're not going to run a summer camp, or we're not going to run the project that our synagogue normally does, but we'd love you to spend an hour doing art with our kids on a Monday for an hour online. And all the kids come and do it and they share it. And saying, actually, those people in their 20s could well run some sort of program over the summer in different ways. So I think you're right that is a generation that just need to feel so useful. And I think for so many of us, we feel useless, particularly stuck in the house. I think for me, it sounds like so much of intergenerational stuff now is using it as a method through which to feel positive, not that it's, I feel positive and look, I'm doing some intergenerational stuff as well. It's a means of getting through what is a really challenging time.
Yeah. Okay. I think we need to move on and be much more positive. So lockdown is going to finish at some point. Hooray! And we are all going to be able to go out and see each other and not have to do things like this on Zoom. And we will be together in the same place, which would be lovely. And when we do that, do you think that intergenerational work is still an effective and useful way of working?
You really hope so. Yeah, of course. And I think that it will be such a bizarre world. And I think there'll be so many stories to share of our experiences. But I think also, as always, when we have rose-tinted specs, we'll come out of this and go, imagine that world beforehand. And I think so often stories are the basis of intergenerational stuff. So I think it'll be stories that bring us together. But I'm trying to think, and I do think that learning with and learning from is such a good sort of axis to look at. And I'm trying to think, I always like projects where you're learning with someone. So whatever generation it is, and whether we often talk about sort of children and grandparents, but it can be parents and grandparents, whatever that generation is, learning something brand new together. And I often wonder, a skill is such a good thing to learn. So saying, okay, we're going to learn to paint, and actually have a painting class that is not sitting and saying, what was the war like? Tell me about the war, because I am ignorant on that. But saying, interesting, irrelevant of your age, we are doing something together and we're going to help each other. And painting is still quite personal, but I'm trying to think, are there things you go, we're going to learn a skill and it's a two-person skill and we're going to learn it together. And I think almost like a seesaw that often grandparents, you hope, weigh rather more than their toddler grandchildren. So they have the responsibility of bouncing a seesaw, but the experience for both people is joyful but different.
That sounds great. So what do you think are the benefits of working in an intergenerational way?
I mean, hopefully it broadens, and again, we're talking now about learning where you don't have anything but the subject you are learning. If your child is learning maths right now, they're going to have a maths worksheet. And school and life are broader than that. And I think intergenerational learning broadens it even more. Maths becomes stories and history and experience, and youth being just so excitable, and the older folk being so knowledgeable, and bringing those together. And hopefully that means that whatever the experience of learning is, it's a much fuller experience than it would be. As a student, I found student life really bizarre. It's like everyone's in their 20s. where's everyone else gone? I don't like this. I want to have a conversation. I didn't go to the university Amdram Society. I went to the local town Amdram Society because there were other people. And I remember being starved of people who weren't whinging about essays. And I feel like that's really important, that we're going to have that. I know I was brought up in a community, and I think Jewish people are particularly aware of it, but I needed it. And I think some people don't feel that need, but when they're presented with it, enjoy the experience.
I think you hit the nail on the head there with the very end point of when intergenerational work happens well and is effective, then you build a stronger community. You know, if my children know the older people in synagogue and the younger children, if they know them all and they feel a connection to them and a shared understanding or a shared experience with them, then they feel part of the same community, and that makes your community so much more powerful. And then when they come to synagogue for a festival or for a service, and they know the people in the room and they have a relationship with them, they feel much happier and much more comfortable. I think they learn huge amounts of themselves as well. You know, if you only know your things from your perspective of your age group, then you've got a very narrow way of thinking. Whereas if we listen to others and learn from each other's, there's another Socrates quote. Oh, I'm on this. That, big fan today. He said, everyone should see, youth workers should see people as an end in themselves. And if we see people as an end in themselves, they're not a means to an end. I'm not talking to this older person in the community because I want to learn this thing from, but I actually want to understand and get to know them and build a relationship with them. And if we're all doing that, we're going to learn so much from each other and be so much of a stronger community. It's going to make a big difference.
I think we'll learn more, but we'll also be more.
Yeah.
I know that, some folk will say, oh, that child's running around, and my patience doesn't last that. And actually, if that person gets to know the child and sees that whatever, they'll feel joy from that child running around and experiencing it, not impatience. So we become better by having that relationship as well.
Also, you talk to the parents, you find out that child is a child with ADHD, and actually they're managing to be in a whole synagogue service because it's an inclusive environment where they're allowed to run around. And actually, wow, what are we doing as a community? Instead of just thinking, oh.
Yeah.
So if you had an unlimited amount of time and an unlimited budget, and you could do
Becca, yeah, all right.
And you could do any intergenerational projects you wanted. Any ideas?
Okay, well, I'd think I'd have more than 2 generations joined together, because I think sometimes that's a bit intense. I think I'd have 4 generations. And we'd go around the world and learn from, let's keep it in the Jewish world, but I also would like to broaden it out. But I have an unlimited amount of money, but I'm assuming I still have to, eat. So go to challenge to each country, learn from the Jewish community 1 skill. And then everyone in our little trip learns that skill together, goes to the next country, travels around, hears the stories, learns another skill, and then comes back to our community with those skills that they have learned as a community and teaches it to everyone else.
I'm in.
Me too. Should we do that later?
Let's do it. 100% I'm in. Oh, wow. I mean,
yeah. That
wins.
I'm thinking people in their 70s, circus skills, little kids, circus skills, you could build tents. I mean, everything, all the skills.
Incredible. All right.
What about you?
What would I do? I don't know. I find it very hard to not think in the here and now, but because I'm very into my idea of getting these young adults working and volunteering. But for me, it comes down to participation. Do you know Hart's ladder of participation? I actually have it up on my.
Oh, I'm hoping you're going to show me that Your ladder, Becca. Okay, well, I can't quite zoom into it, but what we were going to say was trying to think using this project, which obviously can't happen. We don't have the budget or the corona allowance to travel around the world. What were our ways that we could, what techniques or ideas from that crazy project can we bring into real life? And I think for me, there were 3 of them, that whatever generations are coming together, they're learning as equal partners. And that means that whatever age you're coming from and whatever background, you're learning together. So for me, if both those people were going to the French Jewish community and learning how to make a baguette, it doesn't matter what age you are to do that. And the joy of learning together and depending on each other, if there are different aspects of that, is really valuable. And then I think the other thing is going to a neutral space. I think that sometimes doing it in a synagogue, older folk feel like they own that synagogue, or kids might feel like they belong to the classroom. And sometimes that's amazing to welcome someone in, particularly with younger folk who feel like maybe they need to be a bit more nervous. Welcoming someone else into your space is so important, but also sometimes doing it in a neutral space or going elsewhere. I think that'd be really cool. And the third one is making both people go out of your comfort zone. So I think, so that people can be stretched a little bit and tested. And I think that's really exciting to know that both generations are being pushed a little bit out of their comfort zone and using each other as support. So it's not, young folk will learn from old folk, but it's a 2-way learning streak, and that both of them are a little bit anxious about it, but they're using each other to benefit and to soothe themselves. And hopefully a bit of that still can be used now, I guess, with technology, we hope.
Hi, so I obviously lost internet connection at just the right time, and so I missed what we were talking about. But I know that I was introducing the diagram, which is Hart's participation ladder, which shows that at the very top of participation, the most important bit that we can get to is about it being led from the person. So this is a children's participation. So it talks about, the highest level of participation is that it's that the children have initiated it and that it's shared decisions. And actually, I think that's the key of everything that, Zoe and I have been saying. It's about the togetherness and actually working together. And kind of want to end with the session by talking about, what are the things from our work that we think are good things to take forward. I've just written some notes of some of the things that Zoe has said, or I've said throughout the session. So if I go through those, and then Zoe, maybe you want to add some more, or tell me what I missed. But that really good collaborative work between generations is when people are learning and experiencing things together, and that everyone involved feels valued, feels needed and wanted, and that it's a 2-way process. It's not, we're going to educate you, but actually we're going to do something together, and we're both part of this process, and that will lead to a wider understanding for everybody, but also a stronger community. Zoe, what are your top tips from, the things that you think that it brings working together?
So I think, so I went through, just when you disappeared, I went through mine, but I think also it's a little bit about that the output that comes from it. And it's not just that those two people, if it's an intergenerational thing, have a stronger bond and a stronger understanding of each other, but that it's a web. And so hopefully any intergenerational work isn't this 70-year-old and this 30-year-old and this 2-year-old having time together, but it's the concept that what they are doing is important. And maybe that's what you said about seeing a person in their own right, that it's not that, much as I really want to bring a load of Jews to France and learn how to make baguettes, but it's not actually the baguette that is the important thing. It is the fact that they spent time together and bringing back that it was a valuable experience and that their community is stronger. I think that is for me, that's the important bit to know, is that the experience has been important and reflects real life, that generations come together naturally.
Thank you. That sounds amazing. So I just want to say thank you so much to Zoe for your time. I know that this is in between you running Hader this morning and Kabbalat Torah this afternoon, and we really appreciate you taking your time out today, and hope that in some ways we've helped you think through some of the issues that are going on in our communities now, but also positive things we can do to go ahead. And if anybody has any amazing intergenerational projects that they've been running, put them on Facebook on the LJ at Home page, and let's share that good practice and get some really great ideas going for across our communities. Thank you.
Thank you so much, both of you. I know that I've just been watching this stream of questions and comments coming in from via Facebook and via YouTube, that really you seem to have hit a nerve with so many people who maybe even who weren't thinking about this and now are suddenly thinking about this. And I wonder if you can just briefly tell people, if they want to speak to you, if they want to expand on this conversation, where can they find both of you?
So you can find me at FPS. So and my email address is the shortest email known to humanity. It's Zoe, Z-O-E, at fps.org, which is really handy. It can fit on, like, you can write it on your hand. It's great.
Thanks. And Becca?
Yeah, so my equally as short email address, well, maybe not quite equally, is becca@liberaljudaism.org. Yeah, and also if you ring up the Liberal Judaism number and press the number for youth, you get straight through to my mobile. So yeah, we'd love to help and talk to anybody who has ideas.
Thank you so much. Then it just leaves me, on behalf of the Liberal Judaism Biennial at Home Committee, to say thank you so much for taking on this session and for really giving us so much to think about, and more than think about, so much to actually go do now. So thank you both. And I know that Becca would tell me that I'm very, very remiss if I don't remind you to join LJY for Havdalah later on. Absolutely. And also for the fantastic quiz, which is multi-generational, enjoyed by everybody, and will be on later this evening. So thank you both.
Thank you.
And so it's back to me, and I want to take us into part of the Biennial at Home that I know many, many of you have been waiting for. It's really an honour to be able to introduce to you our second keynote of the day, Rabbi Danny Rich, who, as I know you know, stepped down from his duties as senior rabbi and chief executive of Liberal Judaism after many, many years holding the post. He's been, for many of us, not only a mentor, a friend, and the rabbi's rabbi, many people call him, but also a sterling line of guiding wisdom for many of us. And it's only right that on this Biennial at Home that he would share with us a few of his thoughts about Liberal Judaism, the past, the present, and, knowing Danny, a few pointers of where we should be going in the future. Danny.
Thank you, Charlie. And it's great to be at this Liberal Judaism Biennial at Home, a wonderful, creative, inclusive experience, and understand that you've got 1,200 registrations and rising, and that's a tribute to you and your team. But friends, on one thing we can be agreed: we are living in an extraordinary and challenging moment. And each one of us faces one or more difficulties. Our own mortality and the possible death of a loved one, illness and unemployment, loneliness and isolation, changed patterns of work and ways of communication, new routines for every one of us. At both a macro and a more intimate level, the world seems to have changed rather dramatically. It goes without saying, but let it be repeated: this coronavirus is a deadly medical emergency. It will sadly take the lives of many, some earlier than might have been the natural course, and at others clearly much too early. As a result, in many ways, this is not the biennial we hoped for and wanted. And yet, well, it's not for me to comment on the details of the biennial. I've made a hint at the beginning, but it does give me an opportunity to pay tribute to many. To the staff team I led at the Montague Centre, to my liberal, rabbinic and cantorial colleagues and friends, and to all of us, members of liberal Judaism constituent communities, for the creative and dedicated manner in which, in the face of all the challenges, we have built community, liberal Jewish worship, study and good deeds, in spite of being locked into our homes and out of our communal buildings. As you may well know, I'm happier speaking from a few notes and in front of a crowd and able to respond directly to the congregation, the class or community before me. However, social, or what I prefer to call physical distancing, demands that I write what I intend to say in advance. That is to reflect on what liberal Judaism has achieved in the last 15 years, since I assumed its professional leadership. I will do so briefly, because I then want to say something which may be more relevant, what I hope for the liberal Jewish future. In making a few comments about the past, I want first to acknowledge that the picture can be a partial one, can only be a partial one. And second, I want to recognize that whatever was achieved was done through partnership, or to use the new term, collaboration, between the local and the centre, between paid staff and volunteers, between lay and rabbinic leadership. It hardly needs to be said that liberal Judaism will only fulfill its potential if it does so in a collective frame of mind and collaborative frame of mind. If my memory serves me correctly, there were two particular points I sought to communicate at my interview for the Post 15 years ago, or wanted to clarify early in my tenure. First, I inherited a rather grandiose report which spoke of liberal Judaism in terms which, rather than being blue sky, were, in my view, pie in the sky. I take the view that a religious movement needs to be principled rather than popular, but it is to all our credit that whilst it is not possible to establish a liberal Jewish community in every place where an individual might desire it, this wonder of modern technology and the generous resourcing of small communities has enabled men and women, some Jewish, some Jewish, and some with no Jewish background, regardless of family organization, sexuality, or financial resources, enabled them all to become part of an inclusive, non-judgmental liberal Jewish movement. Not only does liberal Judaism now include a community in Copenhagen, which joins that in Dublin and Edinburgh, but during my tenure, viable liberal Jewish communities have formed in York, Crouch End, Wessex, 3 counties, and elsewhere. I do also recall at my interview an exchange about what I would find it, when I would find it necessary to make public statements. Aware of the strategic decision to sometimes be silent, and at other times to concentrate on what is important rather than urgent, I did say that I suspected that whereas the board might well not agree with what I had said, it would never need to worry about my taking any and every opportunity to convey a liberal Jewish view in any type of media. I was, it's true, somewhat critical that liberal Judaism had often colluded in the self-fulfilling prophecy that it was small, irrelevant, and not taken seriously by the rest of the Jewish community. I argued that if we wanted liberal Judaism to play its full part, it would require resources, of finance and of time, both lay and professional. Actively supported by the 3 chairs I served under, Nigel Cole, Lucian Hudson, and Simon Bencher, who gave so willingly of their time at meetings day and night, in communities and at communal dinners. Perhaps what liberal Judaism has really achieved is that it is now inconceivable for the Jewish press, for government initiatives, for interfaith colloquia, and so many other things to take place without a liberal Jewish input. Yet at its heart, liberal Judaism is a religious organization with a prophetic mission. And thus liberal Judaism, as I understand it, seeks to bring the best of Jewish values and experiences to the complexities and challenges of contemporary living. The genuine liberal Jewish voice adds its contribution and attempts to marshal its forces to enable Jews and others to respond to the challenges of modernity without seeking popularity or comfort, but focused on what is ethical, logical, and universal, but with a Jewish flavor. I could cite many examples of liberal Judaism's radical campaigning in the last 15 years, but two in particular evoke in me pride. In partnership with Citizens UK, liberal Judaism was the pioneering voice seeking to offer refuge in the United Kingdom to those fleeing the Syrian civil war. The simple symbol of my sukkah, erected outside the library in Windrush Square, Lambeth, and elsewhere, led indirectly to government initiatives, and particularly the community sponsorship scheme, such that hundreds of additional Syrian refugees have found a haven in the United Kingdom. This includes one Muslim family, Syrian Muslim family, now housed in a former caretaker's flat within the premises of a liberal synagogue in the south of England. Second, liberal Judaism has long advocated the dignity and equality of each individual, and it still seems thrillingly remarkable to me that I was the only religious Jew who gave evidence to the Select Committee of Parliament in favour of legislation which was to lead to equal marriage for people of the same gender in England and Wales. It is now, however, right and proper that I look to the future when we shall emerge from our current restrictive situation. We may have felt even more acutely over the last few years how one of the great strengths of Judaism is the ritual at home, Kabbalat Shabbat and Seder LaPesach being examples par excellence. We recognize too that a synagogue itself has no intrinsic, whatever the word is, sacredness. A synagogue is defined by its uses as Beit Tfilah, Beit Midrash, and Beit Knesset, a house of prayer, of learning, and of meeting. The modern miracle of Zoom, however, is that each of our homes can become Beit Tfilah, Midrash, and Knesset if we use them for such purposes. Zoom, however, requires a collective effort of at least two, a collaborative effort of at least two and maybe more. And so we established times for Zoom services, Zoom classes, and Zoom chats, at which our interaction with members of our congregation and our teachers creates sacred time over great distances of sacred space. The institution of Shabbat and the cycle of Jewish festivals, whether on Zoom or at our shuls, are not about the space in which they are marked, but about the time we choose to devote to them. There will be a time when life returns to some normality, and we shall then be able to gather again in our communal spaces. Yet perhaps we have learned by exceedingly high turnouts of virtual services that for some, the place where something happens may be less important than the time and the collective gathering. Now, as a subscribing Luddite and a strong advocate of community, I can be proud of my newfound abilities with Zoom. Yet, While I urge and hope that our communities will continue with the stream of services and off-site opportunities, I crave for the time when I can be part of a physical and real minyan rather than its electronic virtual equivalent. This, however, is a relatively minor technical or ritual point. More importantly, this tragic pandemic does, in my view, call for a radical Jewish approach to the existential question of the meaning of life and death. I have long been an advocate of assisted dying, in support of legislation to enable people to die on their own terms, and gave live and written evidence to the Falconer Commission to this effect. While there may be some explanations, and there will undoubtedly be time for inquiries, the manner in which we as a society have dealt with the virus in the care home sector is shaming and disgraceful. I hope going forward, it will be a societal and party political moment of consensus when we can acknowledge the heroics of the care sector on a par with that of the National Health Service. Indeed, it may require a National Health and Social Care Service. Some years ago, in partnership again with Citizens UK, I was proud to launch at the Montague Centre and with a tea in Trafalgar Square, at which the relevant minister attended, a Caring for Carers campaign to draw attention to the unfolding tragedy in the care home sector, including the pressure on relatives and the relatively lack of training and support for staff. I'm not proud to say that the chickens have come home to roost, but I do hope that liberal Judaism will very soon be at the lead in a campaign to ensure real dignity from birth to death, from the cradle to the grave. Turning to liberal Jewish practice, I hope too we can be a little braver and a little less squeamish about the reality of modern relationships, including acknowledging that our children do not do things the way that we did them. We may not sit shiver when our daughter marries out, but we still have a long way to go in how we welcome the non-Jewish partners of our children, from the moment they announce their engagement through to the chuppah, until the grandchildren arrive, and sometimes even after. Since I'm heading a working party on this matter on behalf of the Conference of Liberal Rabbis and Cantors, I shall not preempt his decisions, but you may well know where my own prejudices lie. I want now to move to a conclusion with my most important point. I want liberal Judaism to fulfill the aspirations from the last biennial to actively adopt what's known as the missionary position. My family arrived in the United Kingdom from Amsterdam in 1760, and my own grandson Levi is a fifth-generation liberal Jew. Whilst remarkably, at least remarkably to me, and there's no disrespect to other faiths and other ways of thinking, liberal Judaism may not be for everybody, I am utterly convinced that we have barely scratched the surface of its potential. We are not threatened by modernity, by technology, by globalism, even by the pandemic, by secularism, by cynicism, or even in one sense, by climate change, by which I mean we do not hide from their complexities. All of these things make liberal Judaism more valuable and more relevant. We need to be a little less internally focused and more ready to offer and share our wares, our insights, our history, our teachings, and our ways of life. I'm not recommending a door-to-door campaign, although when I think about it, I wouldn't rule it out altogether. But our newfound skills with social media, coupled with old-fashioned principle and commitment, allied to confidence and rigor, is a golden opportunity to advance the mission of liberal Judaism. We liberal Jews are generous. And if it is financial resources that are needed, let us give them. We liberal Jews, the volunteers, paid staff, and members of the Conference of Rabbis and Cantors are creative. And if it is energy that is needed, let us release it. Liberal Jewish history is inspiring. And if it is knowledge that is needed, let us publish. And liberal Judaism principles are sound. And if it is commitment that is needed, let us pledge to offer it and make and fulfill those commitments. Liberal Judaism, into which I was born, and which I have served for 35 years, as Rabbi to Kingston Liberal Synagogue, and latterly as the National Senior Rabbi and Chief Executive, has a principled past, a potent present, and a faithful and fantastic future. We just need to play our own role and go out there and share this wonderful, awesome treasure, this, our liberal Judaism.
Thank you so much, Danny. It is always inspiring and challenging to hear you speak. And I know that there are many people out there who are going to feel like you have given them a mission to live up to, and that you are still so very much part of liberal Judaism. And I know that, very personally, I know that you will continue to support us and ensure that we do live up to the mission and the challenge that you have set us. I know that you weren't the keenest that we use this time to celebrate you, in part because I know that for you, the face-to-face contact is something that you hold very dear to you, that it's many of us who know you very well know that your most important part of your rabbinate is the pastoral side, and that comes across in being face to face. And us not being able to do that right now makes paying you the tribute that you deserve, and that so many people in liberal Judaism and far, far beyond want to be able to give you, is not possible in the way that all of us would have liked it. And yet, we made you do it, and it seemed only fitting that the person that we wanted to lead it is the person that would have led it had we been in our hotel doing this in the way that all of us hoped we might do. And we will make some time when we are back together face to face to give you the tribute face to face that we really, all of us, would like to do. But in the meantime, it is my great pleasure to introduce both of our friends, the person that I know not only led your wedding to Laura, but has been your friend, your rabbi in many ways for so very, very long. And that's Rabbi Ofek Meir from Liobek, Haifa. Ofek, thank you so much for being with us. It really is it makes me so happy, and I'm sure that Danny can think that there is no better person to be leading us in what follows. Ofek.
Hi, Danny.
Hi.
In a minute, we will have a 21 minutes for you, especially for you. And after that, I will say a few things.
Say that.
Before we will start, I will just remind you our first meeting in the Mottingu Center when I arrived at the first Israeli Shaliach for Opsnik. Today it's not Opsnik, right? It's something else.
Okay,
Okay. The Opsnik, and your day in the office was Monday, always, when you were the rabbi of Kingston and the head of the youth department. And the telephone rang, and I answer, hello. So you took a piece of paper and wrote me a sentence That's the way that I have to answer the phone whenever someone calls the office. That was my first meeting with you to learn the English politeness. So let's go to your tribute, and then after that I will tell you and all the rest what I learned from you. Shabbat Shalom, everyone. It is so moving to be part of this event in honor of my dear friend and colleague, who has been my mentor for the past 30 years. In a few minutes, we will pray, and throughout the evening service, we will tell a bit of the story of a person who touched the hearts of so many over the past 30 years, and who was so committed to liberal Judaism in the UK. The first prayer in our evening service is about nature, about creation. Everyone who knows Danny knows how much is connected to the nature. The sound of birds relaxes him, and the colorful fish make him truly happy. Danny is a person of the outdoors who loves nature and is grateful every day for the wonders of the creation. Please join me with the blessing, with the Hebrew words of the blessing, Ma'ariv Aravim. Baruch Ata Adonai, Eloheinu melech haolam, asher bidvaro ma'ariv aravim, בחוכמה פותח שערים, ובתבונה משנה עתים, ומחליף את הזמנים, ומסדר את הכוכבים במשמורותיהם ברקיע כרצונו. בורא יום ולילה, גולל אור מפני חושך, וחושך מפני אור, ומעביר יום ומביא לילה, ומבדיל בין יום ובין לילה. אדוני צבאות שמו, אל חי וקיים, תמיד ימלוך עלינו לעולם ועד. ברוך אתה אדוני, המעריב ערבים.
My first recollection of Danny comes from Kadima in the late 1970s. It was a warm summer's afternoon at Farringdon's in Chislehurst when a fresh-faced supervisor led his merry band of enthusiastic kids, fishing nets in hand, down to the water's edge to examine the wild pond life. Danny's infamous nature trails were born. Danny had a smile on his face and was eager to give the Schnips an enjoyable experience. He was in his element, a Pied Piper engrossed in the natural world with a corresponding natural eagerness for education and care. Shortly afterwards, I recall an Altsnik meeting at his house in South London. His family, liberal Jews through and through, were well-read and reflective. But what stood out were the Labour Party posters on his bedroom wall. Life's meaning for Danny shone through, a wish to combine action with strong words, to support those who were weaker and needed looking after. Some 20 years later, we attended bar mitzvahs at Kingston Liberal, relishing Tammy's music and Danny's orthodox unorthodoxy of his particularly personal approach to prayer. His willingness to challenge Jewish traditions and the status quo seemed to be as much a divine quest as a breath of fresh air. And another 20 years later, his continuing energy and commitment to caring for small and large communities remains unabated, whether that be around the country or at my home synagogue in Finchley, whilst covering for Rebecca's sabbatical, which he undertook during his own sabbatical. His youth may be a little behind him now, but his life's values and appreciation of nature remain ever present. With pride, he's always happy to show and tell you about the aviary in his and Laura's back garden, or to chat about improving the world whilst out walking with his neighbour's dog. And finally, one small advantage of these extraordinary COVID times is the joy of hearing birdsong. At least one person among us would say Amen to that. Thank you, Danny.
After the prayer about nature, we move on to the prayer about love of Israel and the love of Torah. Danny dedicated his entire life to the people of Israel. as a congregational rabbi and as a head of the movement. He visited many Jewish communities throughout the world, and his heart always was directed toward any place where there were Jews and Jewish communities. Please join me with the Ahavat Olam prayer.
Shalom, dear friends. I'm Carol Sterling, Chair of the World Union for Progressive Judaism. I'm sorry that we can't be together in person, as I'd like to offer my thanks and gratitude to Rabbi Danny Rich for his service and leadership over the last number of years. It's been my personal privilege and pleasure to work with Rabbi Rich, and as I've told him on numerous occasions, the one thing people always say about him is what a mensch he is. So, Rabbi, we wish you much luck as you continue the next chapter of your career, and want to thank you for everything that you've done and for your leadership and inspiration. Stay healthy, stay well, and love from the World Union.
Shema Israel is considered to be the highest moment of spirituality and religiosity in our prayer service. A declaration of faith in God, the One. Shema Israel is surrounded by love. The prayer before is about love, and the word immediately following the Shema is the word Ve'ahavta, and you shall love. Let's read together, surrounded by love. Shema ואהבת את אדוני אלוהיך
בכל לבבך ובכל נפשך ובכל מאודיך. והיו הדברים האלה אשר אנוכי מצווך היום על לבביך, ושיננתם לבניך ודיברת בם, בשבתך בביתך ובלכתך בדרך, ובשכבך ובקומך, וקשרתם לאות על ידיך, והיו לטוטפות בין עיניך, וכתבתם על מזוזות ביתך ובשעריך.
It probably won't surprise anyone that I have never had a deeply theological discussion with Danny. I'd like to meet someone who has. Nonetheless, speaking on the subject of Danny and God is actually quite a straightforward task for me. Like an increasing number of my colleagues, I think of God not so much as some sort of being out there, but as a verb or a process. If God is the one who listens to prayer, who supports the falling, who teaches us goodness and so on, I think we can find God whenever and however we experience being listened to, being supported, or shown models of goodness. Who has listened to me whenever I've had a problem? Various friends, but also Danny. Who supported me when I was struggling with ill health, both physically and mentally? Both practically and pastorally, Danny. Who has consistently modeled for me the qualities I most associate with goodness? Danny, through his decency, forthrightness, and kindness. Thank you, Danny, for being a blessing to me, to our movement, and to so many other people out there who have yet to experience you. God bless.
Geula, redemption. This is the prayer about hope and freedom. From Danny we learned that freedom and hope and redemption are all part of tasks we undertake to do tikkun olam. מי כמוך באלים אדוני, מי כמוך נהדר בקודש, נורא תהילות אוסף אלה, נורא תהילות אוסף אלה. מי כמוך באלים אדוני, מי כמוך נהדר בקודש, נורא תהילות אוסף אלה, נורא תהילות אוסף אלה. מלכותך ראו בניך, כהים לפני משה, זה לי ענו ואמרו, זה לי ענו ואמרו, אדוני איתו לעולם ועד, אדוני איתו לעולם ועד. ונאמר כי יפדה אדוני את יעקב, וגאלו מיד חזק ממנו, ברוך אתה אדוני גואל ישראל.
I think I first met Danny many years ago when I was a Member of Parliament for Battersea and he was in South London. We got to know each other pretty well then, and we've stayed in touch on and off ever since. More recently, in my campaign for child refugees, I've of course often had meetings with the Jewish community, and Danny was there prominently helping the campaign and supporting it. It was always good to see him, to exchange notes, to have a good chat about things, but above all to welcome his support for a very important campaign. And I appreciate the work he did. I appreciate how much he was helpful. I appreciate that he organized and stimulated members of the Jewish community to be equally supportive of child refugees. Danny, you've been a great colleague, you've been a great friend, you've been a great campaigner. I can only wish you best of luck in your future endeavors. Please let's stay in touch and carry on with the good work. All the best.
We have now reached the part of our service when we pray the Amidah. Instead of the traditional Amidah, we have asked Danny's colleagues and friends to send their thoughts and memories of him which we will now display, accompanying with the singing of his daughter, Emma.
May we be blessed as we go on our way. May we be guided in peace. May we be blessed with health and joy. May this be our blessing. Amen. 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 May this be our blessing. Amen. 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 May this be our blessing. Amen. May we be sheltered by the wings of peace. May we be kept in safety and in love. May grace and compassion find their way to every soul. May this be our blessing. Amen. 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 May this be our blessing. Amen. 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 May this be our blessing. Amen. Lechi lach, to a land that I will show you. Lech lecha, to a place you do not know. Lechi lach, on your journey I will bless you, and you shall be a blessing. And you shall be a blessing, and you shall be a blessing. Lechi lach, lechi lach, and I shall make your name great. Lech lecha, and all shall praise your name. Lechi lach, to a land that I will show you. Lesimchat chaim, lesimchat chaim, lesimchat chaim, lechi lach. This is the promise that I have made with you, and you will go forth into freedom. You will be my people, and I will be your God. This is the promise I will keep with you, and you will go into the land of Abraham and Sarah. I have lifted up my hand and opened up the way, and you will live in freedom till the end of time. This is the promise I have made to you. This is the promise that I have made to you, and you will go forth into freedom. You will be my people, and I will be your God. This is the promise I will keep with you. This is the promise I will keep with you. Danny, from my first steps as a Hanukkah on Kadima to my tentative steps into Kingston Liberal Synagogue to my ordination when you ordained me, I think, as the first student you ordained, and really you should have been ordaining another this summer, to taking over from you at Kingston Liberal Synagogue as their rabbi, and what mighty shoes to fill, to now being at Liberal Judaism and having just heard from you the almighty challenge that we have to uphold to make sure that your legacy continues. Danny, you really are what you set out to be, which is a controlling and yet empowering mentor. And I know that I wouldn't be the rabbi that I am without you having been both controlling and empowering and having appreciated both those sides. I'd be saying thank you and goodbye were I not to know that this is just another step in our journey together. So I'm just going to say thank you, and I know that you will continue to be my friend, my mentor, and my rabbi. Thank you, Danny. Ofek.
Danny, you can smile now. Okay, that's good. That's good. The best way to say thank you, Danny, is to tell you what I learned from you. And I learned that leadership is about responsibility and commitment. I learned from you that being a rabbi means bringing hope and faith to all people and creates communities. I learned that faith and belief are the art of creating always more possibilities. I learned that life, Judaism, and meaning are at the end of the day rooted and depends on a true relationship, partnership, and deep love and friendship. Thank you, Danny, for all of this and for who you are for me and for many, many, many thousands of people.
Thank you. Do you want me to respond?
Yeah, we could give you a free moment.
It's very hard for me to respond, of course, but to thank everybody who's been involved, to say that I've loved nearly every minute of it, that I'm proud of what personally I've done, supported by a very wide family, both local family and colleagues and friends and partners and people that I've worked with. And I am absolutely convinced that the confidence that I hoped I brought to our movement will enable us to move to the next space, which will be about collaboration and about cooperation. It will be different than the last 15 years, and that's fine too. But the building on those 15 years, there will be new horizons for liberal Judaism. There were things we didn't achieve. There were things we still needed to do. And I hope to play a small part, but a different part, in promoting some of those things. And to all those people who put together this particular part of the program, my deep appreciation and thanks. I didn't quite enjoy the experience, but I did both enjoy it and not enjoy it, if you know what I mean. I'm honoured and thrilled to play my part, and will continue to do so where that's possible.
Thank you. Not a dry eye between the three of us anyway, which is setting me off, and I'm now supposed to take us into the next bit of the programme, so I'm going to do my best. I want to first say thank you, Ofek. There is nobody else, I think, who could have led us through that, so thank you. And yeah, thank you. And Danny, I hope you'll stay with us for the rest of the biennial conference, and hope that we've also got a big thank you and goodbye planned for Simon Bencher later on in the day, which I hope you'll be there as part of.
Yes, very well.
Thank you both. I'm going to let you go off screen, and I will take everybody through in what comes up next. So for everybody at home, I hope that you enjoyed our small tribute to Danny, and the day is not yet over. We still have much, much more to come. You'll see in between each of our programs that we have wonderful transitions from Lily's Legacy project. That's followed by, at 6 o'clock, Can We Collaborate Across the Continents? One of our most exciting programs on the workshop that sees people coming together from Argentina, from the States, from Israel, and from the UK, and from Europe. Well, the UK still remains in Europe, but we have Sonia Gutjev from the EPJ. Please join us at 7 o'clock for Havdalah, led very capably by LJY. During dinner time, you're welcome to enter the live Zoom drop-ins, which if you've registered, you'll be able to find in your email the connections to. As I mentioned, at 8:15, we have a thank you to Simon Bencher. If you still have not sent us your comments, then please do, and we will make sure they are form part of the tribute at 8:15, where you can join Rabbi Dr. Andrew Goldstein, who's leading that tribute to Simon. I'm very, very excited for 8:30, where we have our interactive quiz. It's going to be great. It's crossed the generations, and you might just see many familiar faces join us during that interactive quiz. So that's at 8:30. At 9:45, we have our own Jewish drag queen, Dave Lynn, leading us in some collaborative cocktails. So please join us right through till the end of the evening on our Biennial at Home 2020 conference.
Them due to come into our house, and that liberal Judaism has publicized what we've been trying to do, and several people from different communities and outside the Jewish community, totally Christian communities, have been involved in getting together.
The speaking I did after I read from the Torah about my thoughts about what I had just read and everything, I kind of based it around stumbling stones and linked stuff together. So one of the lines in my portion was, "You shall not place a stumbling block before the blind," which I thought was really interesting. So I talked about that and how I thought society kind of makes people disabled, or not makes people disabled obviously, but in a kind of metaphorical way. If someone in a wheelchair is in a building and they need to get to the 5th floor, there's no lift, then they're disabled. But if there is a lift, then they're enabled. So it's stuff like that, I think.
My identity as a gay man, as an autistic man, contributes to me finding it difficult to fit in to groups. And that includes religious groups, and that includes liberal Judaism. Maybe I need to tell my story. Maybe I need to speak to people. Maybe I need to say to people, if I believe that liberal Judaism is inclusive, as that is the case, then I hope and I think there would be people within the structure, within the organization, who would be interested to hear what I have to say. Because, you know, I think whilst I did gain a lot from the Biennial, it will be different from going to a conference that is specifically geared towards people with autism. There are all sorts of things that are taken into consideration. For example, I've just had emails from the organisation saying there is some building work going on. It could be a problem with noise, and if you're, you know, for certain people, if you want to change your mind from coming, that's okay. And all those sort of things are important, whereas for most people, they wouldn't even think about that. So, you know, I think liberal Judaism, it would be great if they heard what I had to say and what it's like to live as an autistic man, because they've heard what it's like to live as a gay person or a transsexual person.
I find homophobia as nauseating as I find anti-Semitism. I really have a problem with homophobia. And there's a lot of it about even here in Loudwater today, which really upsets me. When in the 70s, there was a lady rabbi came, and she was interviewed by us as a council. And I thought she had all the qualifications we needed. And we liked her. And we recommended her. And then we were told, yes, she is good. But what we also have to consider is, would our community, which is getting older, the average age is probably in the 60s, would they be happy with a lesbian rabbi? And I found that really, really regretful, because I thought she was excellent. She had all the qualifications. So she was a lesbian. So what? Perhaps there was another reason, in fairness to that, because we took on later Hillel, who was gay, and he was one of the most popular rabbis, assistant rabbis we've had. So either things changed in the intervening years between the other rabbi and Hillel, or there was another reason why she was rejected rather than because she was lesbian. Who knows? I don't know.
Well, my liberal Jewish story didn't start very well. It then improved vastly because I was assigned to 3 places, to Leicester Progressive Jewish Congregation once a month, and then alternate Fridays between South Bucks and Northwood and Pinner. The rabbi at Northwood and Pinner would be able to keep his eye on me, and the person speaking to me would be able to keep his eye on me because he was the foster rabbi at Leicester. What could not be planned was that when I arrived in Leicester, and the very first time I arrived to have a meeting to talk about the High Holy Days, I was picked up by a wonderful person, Renee Chapman, and she took one look at me and she said, "Don't you worry, there's not going to be any problems at all." And I had a fantastic time at Leicester with Renee's support. And then in my 5th year, I had a reform assignment. And because it was hard for the first 2 lesbians to go through the college ever, that's myself and Sheila Schulman, I actually chose as my 5th year placement, the place where she'd been in her 4th year, which is Buckhurst Hill Reform, because I thought if they've already accepted a lesbian, they'll probably accept another one. But we still had to have a special meeting to talk about it. And they were, okay, we've got to have another lesbian. But they were, but it was all right. And in fact, it went so well that they asked me to take the job. And that's where I became rabbi. And I could have stayed longer, but I was then asked to apply to be director of programs for reform movements. So I stayed with them for 5 years. And then I went to the Sternberg Centre, where I became director of programs for Reform Judaism and deputy director of the Sternberg Centre.
Well, I think BKY was, it probably still is, I haven't been for some years, a unique space. At the time it met in a Unitarian church, and Rabbi Sheila Schulman was the rabbi, so obviously she created a very specific kind of space as well. So it was a group of such diverse characters with such easygoing attitudes. I think also the fact that it wasn't a group of families was very helpful to me at the time. Coming in as someone on my own, to not have the expectation of, oh, how are you and where's your husband and how are your lovely children and where are your parents? Actually, to go into a community that was very much composed of individuals made it what it felt like a rather unique space compared to shuls I'd been in the past. And it was fun. There was such delight in the room and such wonderful skepticism on all subjects. I'd never known that it was, possible to be part of a synagogue community where anger and doubt and skepticism and deep joy and strange passion were all part of the mix, and it was all okay.
I think it's that welcome, and it's that vision of plurality, of diversity, and of maybe reinventing what Judaism can be for this period of history, perhaps for people who don't find themselves in the mainstream of society, and not just around being Jewish, but around their worldview, around their politics. So I love a place where I can develop my sense of Jewishness and my connection to Judaism.
I see liberal Judaism as needs to be an irritant on the side of the Jewish community, if you like, constantly reminding them that complacency, smugness, being satisfied with ourselves, taking interest only in ourselves is never good enough. And we need to lead in areas that will have an impact on people's lives, even if it doesn't have an impact on Jews' lives. I mean, often it does. I suppose my proudest moment in my 15 years is when I gave evidence to the Select Committee on Equal Marriage. The only religious Jew, there were all the other religions were there. There was some other Jews there, but none of them were religious Jews. And the rest of the community was quiescent, I suppose you would say. They didn't strongly object, but none of them, we led the campaign. To me, that was morally right. And it did benefit some of our members, but even if it hadn't benefited our members, it didn't matter. I'm advocating for the type of society I want to live in. At this moment, I'm not a trans person, but I advocate for trans rights because it's morally the right thing for a decent society. It doesn't happen to directly affect me at the moment. It could affect one of my children in the future. I have no idea. That's not or grandchildren. That's not the issue. The issue is in a decent society, we don't discriminate against people on the basis of their assigned gender or chosen gender. And that's what I argue in the Jewish community. It's not the task of the Jewish community, it's simply to agitate for things that happen to be good for Jews. Indeed, sometimes we have to agitate for things that may not be good for Jews, but are good for society as a whole. So, for example, the reason why I've spoken out from time to time against parts of the Jewish community is they say, well, this isn't what we like. The teaching about different genders in schools is not about whether we Jews like it or not. It's about British society has decided that that's an appropriate way to teach people about how to value people in society. It's about saying there is no good reason to exclude people. There is every reason to include people.
But I think it's progressed through the years and accepting of everybody. My son is gay, he's in a same-sex relationship. I mean, he's Jewish, he's born to me, so he's Jewish, he's had everything, as I said, here. But his partner's been welcomed with open arms here too. Now, years ago, that obviously wouldn't have happened.
The outside view looking in of Jews are that we're very sort of, you get all of these prejudices and it's very insular. And it isn't. I mean, it can be. I mean, absolutely, there are those communities that are very insular. So I think liberal Judaism is kind of really important because it is giving people like me, I suppose, but not just me, people who are in gay relationships. One of the things I'm very conscious of, and even to some extent in my own synagogue, there are people who have the traditional, they're there with their kids and, the kids are, going to the school and they're going to have their bat mitzvah, and I'm looking at them and go, well, that's not me. And I think, again, that's what liberal Judaism allows you to do. And that's what's going to ultimately be the cause of the Jewish people surviving, because it's going to, movements like liberal Judaism, and I suppose some of the other progressive ones, are going to allow people to live their Jewish life without having to reject other parts of their life. Clearly, liberal Judaism is open and inclusive and progressive. And that does speak to me because I am very socially liberal.
Arrive on Erev Sukkot and we've got a cupboard for an ark and we've got one scroll to put in it. And I went up to somebody who had always refused mitzvot to that point. And I said, would you open the ark for the Aleinu? And they looked over and they looked back again. They said, yes. I said, why have you said yes when you've always said no? Well, because I don't have to climb up steps and I won't feel embarrassed. And that just immediately sold it to me. So come on, this is not just a physical barrier to people who've got a disability. This is a psychological barrier. And so we won that argument. And I think that was a terribly important argument to win. And then it was, okay, so we're not going to have the beamer. But obviously the ark is, in a service that is a central point. But we want that to really express our values. So we started talking about it, worked with wonderful architects and a marvelous carpenter, fantastic carpenter, and arrived at that we wanted a multicolored wooden ark. And so we have, the magnificent object that really dominates that space and which proclaims to everybody, really, that everybody's included and everybody can get up there because it's all on the flat.
Some of the things we emphasise are inclusivity. So bringing people who have non-Jewish partners. There's an LGBTQ plus group starting a link with the synagogue. That's something that's just happened in the last couple of months. Being open to people who are not sure where they fit in the Jewish world. And also, I think we have influenced probably the other synagogues in being a bit more open to the outside world. I think to some extent we reflect society. I think if you look back 50, 70 years ago to when it was illegal to be homosexual, I don't think people even in liberal Judaism would have envisaged anything different. And it's quite interesting when you read Lily Montague on interfaith marriage that she really didn't approve of it. Much as she was foresighted and had vision, she was a product of her time as well. But I think you can't possibly say what she'd have said now, because one thing that she was also clear about is that the Judaism of today, meaning her day, will not be the Judaism of tomorrow. And there will be people living who will see things differently and will do things differently. It's not a direct quote, but that's the essence of what she said. So I think she would have, had she been alive today, been in a very different situation and seen things very differently. That idea that you should always be open to change, I think, was very much what Lily Montague was open to.
This podcast series of oral histories is part of the exhibition Lily's Legacy, Voices and Visions of Liberal Judaism, a project supported by the National Lottery Heritage Fund. It was produced by Mary Lawrence and Lucia Scataccio, sound editing and design by Lucia Scataccio, and special thanks to all the contributors who agreed to share their stories. For more information about what you've just heard, do visit the exhibition website, www.lilieslegacyproject.com. You're listening to Lily's Legacy, a podcast series compiled from oral histories and produced as part of a digital exhibition exploring how liberal Judaism has evolved since it was co-founded by British visionary Lily Montagu in 1902. This episode explores the theme of social action. Liberal Judaism champions social justice. In this episode, liberal Jews share some of their experiences in the search for social justice, locally and globally. Many of the activities described here are in partnership with other faith groups and non-faith groups, and look beyond the needs of the Jewish community. At the same time, participants debate whether the fight for social justice has been at the expense of Jewish learning and worship. To what extent is social action an integral part of being Jewish? In recent years, liberal Jews have been involved in lobbying Parliament about a number of campaigns. Should liberal Jews be involved with politics?
We have the same ideals. A lot of them started by Lily, Miss Lily. Social justice, looking after other people, worrying about refugees, asylum seekers, looking after members of the congregation who you might not have seen for some months.
Mattock understood in particular that that was his congregation, needed to hear about social issues, particularly when the people carrying out some of the immoral issues were Jews, and he actually confronted them with it. He talked about Jewish landlords at one point, and he was right. Don't call yourself a Jew if you're not doing certain things. We were able to change a little bit with, of course, support of many, many other people, the vocabulary about Syrian refugees, particularly the narrative. We haven't done as well as Canada. I mean, Canada's narrative about people who come into the country is that they will always bring something in. And it isn't about bringing in disease, idleness, cheap labor. It's about bringing in the things that a country needs to make it valuable, which are about diverse experience, diverse skills, new ideas, new language, new, that's what it's about. And I think liberal Judaism needs to go even further than I took it.
I think for every rabbi at this time, it's how we're addressing the situation we're in this country at the moment. Well, the two big issues, there's how we're addressing the situation in the country and the sort of anxiety that we're facing as a country, the uncertainty, the rise of racism, anti-Semitism, all those big issues. There's climate change. I think we've really become aware in the last issue how big that is. And there are other social issues which get forgotten, things like homelessness and so on, that in the day-to-day news don't get covered because we're so occupied. And I suppose what a rabbi's role is to say, well, what has it got to do with Judaism? What has Judaism got to say? How can it help us think about these things and do something about these things? At the same time, I always try to make at least some space over the holidays for something much more personal, something that will give people hope and comfort and strength personally. So I always try to make a bit of time for that as well. But I think Judaism has got something to say about the world as it is. It's finding the words that then are Jewish and not political, and not something that could be said by a news commentator. It's finding a way of doing things that comes from within Judaism.
The other interest which has snowballed from my membership of a constituent member of liberal Judaism is the fight for social justice. Despite my wife, myself being very fortunate in our position in life, we have been very pleased to see that liberal Judaism has striven to fight for social justice in not only in the UK but in the world. And through our connection with the synagogue, we have become members of the Citizens Brighton and Hove Alliance, which is a non-partisan organisation which tries to contribute to the well-being of members of the community which we live in. Do my best to help Citizens Brighton and Hove contribute to issues such as mental health and homelessness.
I was in Durham, North Carolina, which is hardly a hotbed of Jews. And nonetheless, turns out that if I was working in the soup kitchen or human rights watches or on a protest of any kind, most of the people I met were Jewish. So I went along to the local rabbi and said, hey, do you think this has anything to do with them being Jewish? Because when I'd asked my friends, they said, yeah, it has everything to do with being Jewish, has nothing to do with God. And they were angry a lot of the time. But the rabbi said that as far as he was concerned, those very people really were living out a Jewish story. They said that they've so internalized the Jewish story that they've forgotten it, because it's a story of moving from slavery to freedom, to accepting responsibility, to saying we were slaves, and not just that we shouldn't be slaves again, but that nobody should be slaves again. Because that's the trajectory of Judaism. And I thought, woo, I want to be part of this.
One of the founders just suggested to me, why did I not take on the role?
Hello, Shabbat Shalom, everyone. I hope you had a very, very good conference so far. So tonight's workshop is called Collaboration Across Continents, and we have many people coming from many places of the world of progressive Judaism. So I will follow the alphabetical order, and I hope my alphabet is good. So I think the first one to talk is actually Rabbi Sergio Bergman. Please, Rabbi Sergio. Can you introduce yourself?
Shabbat Shalom, thank you very much for inviting me and to be part of this virtual roundtable and this panel to share with you that I am really honored to lead the World Union for Progressive Judaism. I take over the presidency starting in June, and I come from Argentina. I was born in Argentina and served the liberal community the last 25 years, and really very happy to be connected to this extended family that are the liberal, the progressive, the constructionist and reform Jews around the world, and ready to share not only my experience to face these challenges that we have in our World Union, and in at least also how we can reshape our vision facing the new world that is waiting for us after the global pandemic.
Okay, thank you, Rabbi Bergman. The next alphabetical order is Eric Beswick. Have I pronounced correctly your name, Eric?
Yeah, that's correct, yeah. Hello, everybody. The name's Eric. I'm from Cape Town, South Africa. I'm very grateful and honored to have been given this opportunity to be a part of this group. It's quite, it's quite intimidating to be surrounded by all the big machas within the World Union. So thank you. I'm the executive director of the Cape Town Progressive Jewish Congregation, which is actually quite interesting because we're made up of 3 shuls in Cape Town that operate under one umbrella. And basically my role is to look after every facet of the shuls running, in particular, obviously, the finance and fundraising and looking after my staff and rabbis. So, yeah, that's my job. I've held it since February 2008.
Okay, thank you, Eric. Next in line, I think, is Sonia Güntner.
Hello, Shabbat Shalom, everybody. It's a great pleasure to be with you, digitally at any rate. I am the chair of the European Union for Progressive Judaism, have been for the past 2 years. I'm based in Cologne in Germany, and I also have the great privilege of serving as a vice chair of the World Union of Progressive Judaism, where I am very happy to be part of the Youth Committee. And the UPJ, maybe I should just add that, if I may, connects 17 countries across Europe, including the UK.
Yeah, and also maybe you should mention that you were the chair of the Union Progressive Juden, the German Progressive Union, which revived the progressive Jewish life in Germany after the war, which is a great achievement as well. Great, thank you, Sonia. Jordan, I think it's you. Yes.
So yeah, I am a former LJY Netzer movement worker with Jess Herman for a bit, and then with Jenny Walton. You might have seen me on recent Alpsnick LJY sing-alongs that they've been hosting, which are lovely. And I'm right now the associate rabbi at Holy Blossom Temple in Toronto, where I work with our young families, and I work on our Tikkun Olam programs, amongst lots of other things. And the other hat that I wear is I'm with Sonia on the youth committee and youth and young adults for the World Union, where we sit with Graham Carpenter and others as well. And I'll be following Sonia also chaired the World Union's last Connections Conference in Jerusalem. And I am one of the co-chairs coming up for this coming May. And I hope that many of you will join us in Israel this coming May for a great convention.
Can you remind us the dates? It's
yes.
22,
I have it on my computer.
20 to 23.
2023, May 2021. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Carol. Your turn, please.
My turn. I'm Carol Sterling. I have the privilege of serving as the chair of the World Union for Progressive Judaism. I'm based in Toronto, Canada, a member of Holy Blossom Temple. I call Rabbi Helfman my rabbi, one of my rabbis. I'm the lay leader of the World Union, chairman of the board, and I've been in this position for 5 long years.
Sonia, I can see you smiling as well. It's hard work. It's really hard work to lead and to chair a board at this level. So I also saw, Carol, that you held many communal leadership positions in the Jewish community. You were the president of the Canadian Council for Reform Judaism, the president of Temple Sinai in Toronto. You were vice chair of the World Union before that, etc. So, so we have people from all over the world. So my apologies for our friends from the other regions of the World Union, which could have been here, but because it's a limited amount of time, we couldn't have, people from FSU, people from Australia, people from Asia, but we have communities all over the world. So Carol can remind us how many communities, if you have this on top of your head?
I sure do. We're 7 regions. Australia, as you mentioned, which includes Asia, the former Soviet Union, which we have communities in Ukraine, in Russia, in St. Petersburg, in where else? We have quite a few. Also in Europe, as Sonia mentioned, North America, Israel, which we're very proud of, the IMPJ and the good work that they're doing there. South Africa, Eric almost forgot, but we couldn't. Wonderful community in South Africa as well. How many is that? Israel, North America, Israel.
You mentioned where Rabbi Bergman.
Yes.
Latin America.
Latin America, yes.
You're not talking to me, so I can't. Of course, Latin America, and Rabbi Bergman has been a huge inspiration and leader in that region. And we're very proud of our communities there as well. Thank you. Sorry about that.
Okay. Thank you. So, and I'm Rabbi René Pfertzel. I'm a rabbi of Kingston Liberal Synagogue, and at the same time, I'm the chair of the EUPJ Rabbinic Assembly. And I started actually at the same time as Sonia. We were elected both in Prague in 19, so it looks like a long time ago, and it's yeah, it feels long to you. So it's an interesting combination, because in Europe we don't have one movement. We have one movement, but we have several rabbinic bodies, and some rabbis are in countries where there's no rabbinic bodies. So we have to really take into account local traditions and the differences between the theological differences between the UK, which is the main European body now, and the other countries like Germany, who has a very thriving movement, France as well. We have emerging communities I mean, Sonia, you will talk about this more than me. So guys, thank you for this presentation. As I said earlier, I have 3 questions for you. And maybe we can start with the first one. Actually, you responded already to the first one. What is your role in your different organizations? So, because the theme of this biennial is collaboratory, and the theme of this workshop is collaboration across continent, I will be very interested in, and the people who are listening to this session will be very interesting to hear what you believe is so important, why it is so important to collaborate between the different regions of the World Union, even though we're really aware that some of the members don't always remember that we belong to a larger organization worldwide. So maybe I should start with Carol and Sergio. So how do you see collaboration between all the parts of the World Union? Carol, would you mind starting?
Sure. So one of the privileges I've had in my term as chair of the World Union is to travel and getting to know people in our global family, which is amazing. And to see that in many of our communities, the challenges and the opportunities are very similar, but in many places it's different. And for our smaller communities that are a little bit more isolated, it's very important for them to know that they're part of a larger family, that there are other people around the world, their brothers and sisters who care about them, who think about them, who work for them, so we work together for each other. And I think that's been very, very touching and very vital for me in my work as the chair.
Thank you, Carol. Sergio, you're just starting your role of president of the World Union. So in a nutshell, what's your vision of the World Union, as collaboration between all these different people coming from different backgrounds, and yet all sharing the same values in a way?
Yes, I think that it's important maybe to share part of my personal story. I grew in a Reform community in Buenos Aires, the only one that we have. And you know that be part of Latin America, it's not only so excited, it's a wonderful thing. We are a part of the world that it's amazing, but we are on the bottom of the world, and so isolated that the belonging to the World Union is the sense that you are part of a global network and also an extended family. And we are a few Reform shoes because I think it will be part of our conversation. Because in Latin America, the Reform and the conservative movement takes the same sociological part of the community. That means that all our people on the field, Argentina, Latin America, was first of all secular, socialist, and Zionist community. And religious was only from the immigrants, the Orthodox and traditional way. That means that conservative and Reform movements opened the synagogue like a Jewish community center that offer not only the place to fulfill the religious, is also to offer you the identity, because we feel and also we believe, this is our common values, that Judaism is not only a religion, that we need to open windows to every Jew that want to come back to the sources, to live in our communities, in communities of praying, of practices, to study, to be together, to build families, to extend the family, and to go out from your community inside the general society, because this is also part of our progressive approach, that we are not afraid to assimilate. We are commitment to integrate the Jewish voice in the universal and general voice. And then the World Union was everything for me that teach me different part of the world with the same message. Is, like I said, is the biodiversity of the Jewish people. That means that it's very important to respect the autonomy, the local identity, and to build the collective imaginary that we say that we are one people. That is amazing how we are one people if we have different languages, different countries, different food, different customs. But this is I think this is the power of the Jewish community. And here I can share with you that really I am proud to lead the World Union, but for us is how we can grow in the voices of the Jewish community around the world to build this value proposition that we are not modern. I think that we are traditionals in the Jewish roots. Because all the time, from biblical times, the Judaism was open, was not closed. And also to teach our people that we respect Orthodox, because our identity is not because we are not. We need to be proactive and a positive way to explain that we respect any denomination, any voice of the Judaism, but we need to build our self-respect. We need to be proud to be Reform, liberal, progressive Jews. For me, this is the future, the integration, and how we can deliver to the next generation to be faithful to the roots, but creative, open mind, to recreate and to give a new interpretation, new meanings to the old tradition in a modern world.
Thank you. That's fascinating. I'm very much looking forward to the presidency and this perspective that you're going to bring to the Jewish conversation. And as you were talking, I was thinking of this perception where you live. You know, the perception from you said we are the bottom of the world, and I guess Eric in South Africa somehow sometimes you also may have this feeling that the centers are I don't know 6,000 miles away. And yet there is a thriving Jewish life in South Africa. So can you tell us a bit about collaboration from your perspective?
Yeah, I think yes, we do feel like we are sometimes very far away from everybody. But look, I think particularly in the last 5 years, I think largely under the leadership of Carol and Rabbi Danny Friedlander, I think that there was a lot more effort made to bring the smaller sort of unions into the fold, and I know that I personally appreciated that where I am. So the collaboration thing I think is amazing, because I think that just the sharing of creative ideas, you know, just with visiting rabbis, for instance, and for just talking about collaborative Shabbatot, you know, obviously with time zones being what they are, it's quite difficult to do that. But, you know, like we can do that sort of thing with the European Union quite easily, you know, and we have tried that. We've done collaborative shiurim. So I think there's a lot of room for it. And I think the thing about the part of the, like, you know, in South Africa, we are, the Orthodox community does dominate in terms of numbers. So, and that's why it's very important. It's a source of pride for me to know that despite what's going on in South Africa, you know, that I'm part of the largest Jewish stream in the world. And, you know, it helps me, like, you know, in my dealings to know that there is the backing of the World Union behind what we do. So I really enjoy that.
Thank you, Eric. That's very interesting to hear your view from where you live. I'm going to turn now to Sonia, because in a way my feeling in Europe is like a World Union in miniature, but because the World Union has a lot of parts, very different parts, and if you look into Europe, if you think about the United Kingdom with these two movements, which are quite different, to be honest. And if you think about progressive Judaism in Germany, for example, which is much more traditional than liberal Judaism in the UK. So what's your perspective? So how do you see the collaboration between all these parts within Europe and also with a larger World Union family?
Yeah, the first point I would like to make is connecting really to what Eric has just said. One thing that, and René, you referred to it in your introduction, while progressive Judaism originated in Europe, in Germany as it happens, 200 years ago, there is absolutely no continuity on the continent for obvious reasons. And people forgot, not just many Jews, but certainly most of the non-Jews forgot that progressive Judaism is an authentic, historical, traditional, Sergio just called it traditional, form, halachic form of Judaism. There's no recollection of that in the general public. So after the Shoah in Germany and in most European countries, the default perception of Judaism was very traditional, if not orthodox. And many Orthodox organizations, they thought that it was to their advantage to keep it that way. And I'll just cite the example of Germany, because I happened to be involved in that and very active in that. The fight for recognition, because the German government does fund religious communities, certainly the Jewish communities, and used to traditionally only fund the Orthodox ones and not the progressive ones. That fight could not have been won without an organization like the World Union, with its size, its importance, and the connections that it has, to make the point that, you know, there's nothing strange about progressive Judaism, that in fact we are very much mainstream, and that there is a deep historical connection to Europe and European culture, and that the bond between Jews and non-Jews in Europe could not be deeper. So this is why a family is so important, and why a collaboration across the continents is so important here in Europe, and so particularly relevant. And I'm very happy to say that many continental European countries now benefit from the experience that we've made in Germany in their fight for recognition. And of course, we're being helped by the fact that within the EU, at any rate, the European Union, the political European Union, we think that legal cases, once they're won in one country, they will hold in a different country. The second point I would like to make, if I may, is if you looked at the European landscape, let's say 30 or 35 years ago, there were thriving movements in the UK, thriving communities in the UK, often going back to the very beginnings of progressive Judaism, many of them younger but well established, certainly in the big Jewish centers of the UK. But there were only dots of progressive Jewish life on the continent, mostly in very international cities like Brussels or Amsterdam or Geneva, where many expatriates came together and could not find themselves comfortable in Orthodox surroundings, but established progressive communities. Elsewhere, there was very little. And of course, please remember that communism only ended in the late 80s and 90s. So the whole part that we now call Central Europe and FSU was not even accessible, and there was absolutely no freedom there. So we've seen in the past 30 years an immense development of progressive Judaism in many countries, many European countries, even in countries which have not had any Jewish life for 500 years, like Spain. So this is really an exciting time to live in. And I have to say, if we didn't have the opportunity to connect to so many friends and family members all across the world, the development would be so much slower, because you can only invent the wheel so many times, right? And to be able to learn from communities who've gone through similar experiences, to connect, to learn from the experience, because building a community is similar in many ways, and then always a unique experience. That is really an immense treasure and privilege, and I would hope that all our communities, and we're trying to instill that sense in all our communities.
Thank you, Sonia. Thank you. Jordan, so you're dealing with young people and young adults, young families, and so do you feel that how important is it to connect and to collaborate between the big parts of the World Union specifically for this age group?
Yeah, so I think it really comes to economies of scale, where there are certain things that my community and your community can do for ourselves. And then there's certain things that we really need to work together in order to make happen. So for instance, the Shnat Netzer program, the gap year program in Israel, is really only possible as an international movement, because that gets us to the ability, the number of participants to run that fantastic life-changing program in Israel. Similarly, when I was in Singapore recently, the community there asked me about religious school curriculum, and I was able to say to them, listen, are you in this community of practice through the North American community? Are you in this international group? The World Union is able to answer and provide you with these resources as well. And you know that in the United Kingdom and LJ having your own education officers at different points connecting different communities, but especially for young families and communities in really the exploding parts of the world, having these networks really build. I also just want to mention that, so we've heard a lot about kind of from the small communities gaining from the global movement, but I also want to say that the large communities gain so much as well. So sitting here in Toronto and growing up in the United States, my high holiday prayer book was Gates of Repentance, right? And those in the United Kingdom, those at LJ, some of you grew up with Gate of Repentance, right? With John Rayner and Chaim Stern, who then produced this volume for the North American scene. And in fact, its royalties maybe still today support LJ and its operations. And there's so much that we gain from being part of, as a larger movement with the World Union. I'll say I saw many of you on a Havdalah ceremony last at the end of Shabbat this past week, where we all connected and heard different melodies, and the melodies and the cross-pollination, especially for the youth, right? It creates this sense really of tenuah, of movement, of like we're going somewhere, we're sharing and cross-pollinating and really building something special together. And the last thing I want to mention is that we are building something special together. For instance, the IMPJ, right? There are parts of the movement which would not be able to be supported and function. And really the heart of our progressive world right now, the Siddur that's coming out in Israel, I know is also influencing the Siddur at LJ through Rabbi Dahlia Marks, and that the community in Israel isn't able to grow without all of our support around the world. And we learn so much from each other. So it's really lovely that we're all so connected, and conferences and other occasions to get together and Zoom Havdalah ceremonies are great chances we can have to see each other, learn from each other, and grow as a community.
Yeah, learning from each other. Thank you, Jordan. I think that's very important. And if you look at the dynamic between the World Union, you have all these different parts. Of course, North America is the biggest part for historical reasons, but I never had this feeling of a top-down hierarchical relation. I never had this feeling with my dealings with World Unions. It was always cross-pollination. That's the word you used. Yeah, it's really brilliant. Thank you. So yeah, so I don't know how much time we have, but let's go now to the last questions. And I think this question is it's probably a bit of guess, especially in time of coronavirus. But there are a lot of things happening at the moment. There's a lot of changes. How do you see the future of the World Union? How do you see the future of our movement? How do you see the future of our type of Judaism, progressive Judaism, as a constituted open movement? It's an easy question, I know. So I'm going to leave the floor open. The first who has an idea, please.
I think it's interesting now we're seeing a lot of opportunities, but a lot of challenges for Jewish organizations generally, and of course for our movement in particular. I know Rabbi Jacobs talked recently about the existence of the Union for Reform Judaism, and the post-denominational is there opportunity for mergers of different streams. And I think we will need to be open-minded and to be really considerate of the many options that appear to us. But I also think that this sort of isolation that we've been in while we've been able to communicate and share Havdalah and services and Seders on Zoom and other such devices and mechanisms, I think the longing for community, the longing to be with each other in real time, in person, has grown. And I think that will bode well for us as we go forward because of the kind of sacred work that we do in building and strengthening holy communities. I think that's optimistic for us.
Yeah, the big winner is community. I agree with you. We've seen this all over the world. Sergio, you wanted to say something? Yeah.
Sure. I feel that we are chasing here a challenge that means we are in crisis, but we are Jewish people. That means that we have a very long story and memories about how we pass over crisis and then give us the opportunity to fulfill our vision and to translate the values in our sacred text in our context with creative and open mind opportunities. That means, for me at least, that also is part of our identity. I always say we are not survivors. We have only survivors that live with us from the Shoah. But in Jewish life, our identity is not to be survivors or professional victims of the reality. We are resilient people. And then the Corona crisis gives us the opportunity to develop this resiliency. That means that you change yourself without changing your roots, your identity, and be flexible to the new context. Carol said about merging, what will happen with our communities, institution, is the same. Here, the question is not how we can keep the institution like the sacred thing. The sacred thing and the values and the continuity, the new generation, the message, the content. This is sacred work that we are doing. And then if we need to merge buildings, if we need to merge institutions, so what? There are skills. There are not the meaning of our identity. And on the other hand, we need to work not to survive like institution and to have the idolatry of the institution, of the tax, of the denominations. We need to be really part of this common vision. And the World Union, I think, we have a huge opportunity. Why? Like Carol said, technology gives us the opportunity that we are liberal Jews. We have any problem here with halachic concern because we, in very advanced, we fulfill a new halacha. That means we are not the light version of Judaism. We are not modern because we use modern things. We are liberal. We are reformed. We are reconstructionists. We are progressive. That means that we are open to use any skill of the modern world to deliver the roots of the tradition and to build together communities of practices and new meanings for us and for our kids. And this is Jewish continuity. Here we have a huge opportunity for us, and also this is very important. I heard very well it from each of you in this virtual panel, that for me it's very real, because this virtual panel shows that we are the World Union. And then in this connectivity, we are changing also our approach. Like also I heard from Jordan, we don't like to be seen like an umbrella, like a federation, like an imposition. It's not the imperialist way. And also we need to open the mind of the central communities, that they are very, very supported, but they're very solidarity with other Jews in some place in the world, but they are living the war and the Judaism that only happened there. Then you can take a mission, a cruise, a travel, and then we think that the World Union can show that the dialogue is more rich. It's not only two voices, North America and Israel. We have different voices. And then we need to build connectivity, a platform that is transversal, and build a round table that said each of one of our Jewish communities in the progressive movement, we are one family, everyone have a seat in the same table. We respect the asymmetric dialogue, and also we add value to this value proposition that we are the world, we keep the union, we have our progressive approach, and we are very faithful to the Judaism.
Thank you, Sergio. Thank you. Eric, did you want to say something? Yes, please.
Yes, so I think just maybe adding to what both Carol and Sergio said, I think that the fact that we are open to the use of technology in order to get our message across through our services is actually a magnificent opportunity for us to bring in people that are that are kind of on the periphery of movement of denominational Judaism, and to bring them into what is beautiful about progressive Judaism. Like I think, we are definitely here in South Africa trying to use the technology to try and bring in people that that we know are not members of ours, but that are kind of always that are friendly, and trying to bring them into what we're doing. But I definitely agree with having some thought about bringing in some of the other streams of Judaism, because I think that's our next. I would suggest would be the next growth point for progressive Judaism going forward. Sorry, I just wanted to add one more. I think I'm a little bit concerned about mentioning this, but I think that the World Union is also going to need to sort of have a look at its situation around Israel and Zionism. I think that in my opinion, the recent election and the formation of the new Knesset is a disaster. I think that, and I'm particularly worried about these talks about annexation happening in the next couple of months, and I think that progressive Judaism, I think, needs to. I know that there are various stances out there, but I think we need to. I don't quite know how to do this, but to get very clear on what we view as what is, that is a democratic and human rights abiding way of having a Jewish homeland. I'm very concerned about how that's going to play out.
So you know that we have a Zionist organization called Artseinu, and it's chaired currently by Rabbi Leah Mühlstein from Northwood and Pinner. And I know they're working very hard on making the progressive voice heard. And I don't remember when there's a workshop on Israel during this conference, and I'm sure these questions will be raised, because it's a real concern for a lot of Jews around the world, the situation in Israel. Yeah, thank you, Eric. So I have Jordan and then Sonia.
I also want to just mention on that I'm sure it was recorded that LJ had it's one of its hot potato conversations on the future of liberal Zionism that people can look back at, chaired by Rabbi Baginski. And in that, and in Eric, and in the comments I'm hearing kind of two different things. One is about reaching out, about amplifying our voice, and maybe doing that with more partners in a bigger conversation. And the thing I want to kind of put a needle in her pin is also on the doubling down, on the reinforcing who we are and what we stand for. That we shouldn't just look to other institutions coming and saving us through larger conversations, but also I know in the UK, the college, the Leo Baeck College, I know is in need of support. Liberal Judaism is in need of support, and we want to also, the World Union, of course, and we want to make sure that we strengthen our institutions that we care about, because through that strengthening, both, of course, financially, but also ideologically, and by joining those conversations, because by making our voices stronger in the many ways that we can, we're able to have a stronger position when we reach out, and we're also able to have a firmer view of who we are in that connective tissue.
Thank you, Jordan. Sonia, can I ask you, yes, how do you see the future of the World Union from the EUPJ perspective? From your own perspective, actually.
My own perspective. The one angle, I agree with everything that has been said. The one angle I would perhaps like to add is a political one. What we've seen in Europe is how societies have become more radical, how political views have become considerably more extreme. People who 20 years ago would not have had a platform in some of our countries are now solid factions in parliaments, and I am very concerned that in parallel to that, and in some way connected to that, we also see an easy equation of people who have a religious worldview, a religious identity, are being seen as extremist, fanatic, somehow not part of a democratic discourse. And I worry greatly about that. Especially about these two aspects in parallel, and I think that one part, I would hope that one part of the future mission and current mission of the World Union could be to highlight the fact that you can be a religious person with a religious mindset, a religious definition of values, and embrace diversity, embrace pluralism, embrace democratic values, and actually have a model. I'm just saying, you know, as a woman, complete egalitarian approach to everything, and have a model of how to live it in full respect of the historical traditions. And I think we should, I think we would really do a great service, not just to the Jewish community, but the world in a wider perspective, if we were able to really, as Jordan said, give a stronger voice to that, an ever stronger voice, and really highlight that. There are many other religions in similar phases of their development, and I think the world would be a better place if we found a common language, and if even non-religious people understood that it is important to look at the detail and to engage in a dialogue. I think we need that more urgently than ever.
Thank you. I think that's a brilliant way to conclude our session today, to talk about the message that our community has to offer for a larger world, for the wider world, that diversity is good, variety is part of human essence, that we are complex human beings, that we can be many, many things and yet being centered, that we have something to say to the world, but don't be afraid of those who are different from you, because they are, in essence, your sister and your brother. And I think that's very much at the center of the progressive Jewish message. So we have lovely questions for us, and I will ask them to our presenters in a few seconds. I just wanted to remind us that as liberal Judaism as a movement, we can be very, very proud, because the World Union was actually created in London in 1926, and the first president of the World Union was Claude Montefiore. So I think, you know, what Rabbi Danny Rich said earlier about liberal Judaism being, you know, one of the forward-looking movement. It's not just today. I have a few questions for you, and I will just throw them to you, and anyone who feels like answering them, please say. So the first question is: are there lines over which a community could step? That means we wouldn't collaborate with them. It's on your screen as well. That's an interesting question. As a movement, how do we allow that? Or is it possible for a community to say, guys, we don't want to do that? So who wants to respond to that? I think it's also related to the next questions. What are the shared values around the world? So you talked about a new halacha, Sergio, and yet we have communities who don't yet recognize patrilineal Jews, and I think this is part of the same question. So
I think, like you said, the two questions are only one. That means, what is the wider scope that we open to each community to be part of this global movement that respect the Jewish biodiversity and also the autonomy and the sovereignty of each community. This is the powerful thing of progressive liberal Judaism. That means for us, halacha is very, very important to learn it and to be faithful to our roots, sacred texts and values, but to be free and creative to make our own interpretations. That means for us, also the rabbis are our teachers. The rabbis, they have authority if they can explain the roots of our text and what is the relevant context that we can merge between the context and the question that our generation asked for, and what are the values that are the common values of the Jewish people. I think that for us, it's very important to be open-minded, I think that we need to be a movement that pursue innovation and creativity and respect every voice around the Jewish world. It's not the time to close doors. It's the time to open them and then to share with each community what are the values. And please, maybe we need to build a round table like a liberal yeshiva that brings everyone to sustain how they fix his standards, faithful to the roots, the values, and the text, and to learn each from other, how we can give a modern response to pursue tradition and modernity.
thank you. So there's a misconception about the word progressive, because sometimes people believe that it's progress. And actually, it means that everything moves, evolves, and changes over the centuries. And Judaism has always been progressive in a way. So, Eric, you wanted to say something.
Yeah, so thank you. I think I'm not sure if I'm differing from Rabbi Sergio here or not, but apologies if I do. But I think that yes, we would want to obviously incorporate people into the belief system or into the progressive umbrella if it came about. But I mean, there are some things that I just think would be completely non-negotiable, such as gender equality, egalitarianism, as well as full recognition of the sort of the LGBTQIA community and other marginalized groups. I think, like it's all very well to want to be this welcoming space for everybody, but if those people are not going to be recognizing those as central core values to what we believe in, then I would not be wanting to welcome them in.
Good, thank you, Eric. Anyone else?
I mean, I'll just add that I think it's a evolving process, and that we are a movement and we keep on changing, and that part of that, what that means is that there are different branches of the movement that move at a faster pace and are more progressive. For instance, liberal Judaism, as we know, is on the edge of the movement and the leading edge of the movement, and there are other parts of the movement which are progressing in their own ways, in different ways, but there are we are, as Rabbi Sergio says, we all come from the same roots, and those roots hold us together as we move forward as a movement.
I would just add that I think it's important that we study and we learn and we educate ourselves and make choices
that are appropriate for us, and not judge other people.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. So that leads to another question. I think all these questions are interrelated. Do we as progressive Jews have boundaries of inclusivity? And I think it's exactly the same. Inclusion. We have started liberal Judaism under the guidance of Rabbi Litik Vassara and Rabbi Leah Mulstein, a new Siddur, and the key word is inclusion. So do we have boundaries of inclusivity as progressive Jews? What are your thoughts about it?
Not for me.
I mean, as in our community, there are boundaries of who is included and who is not welcome in the community. We are a Jewish community, and those that would like to come in and make our members not part of the Jewish community are not welcome. In our community, we're friendly and nice to them, but they're not able to proselytize inside of our building and facility. And in that way, we do have boundaries. Yesh gvul. There is a boundary to Reform and liberal and progressive Judaism, both on the more zealous side of Jewish observance and practice that is exclusive, right? Those practices that are exclusive in the Jewish community also don't have a place in our homes of worship, but also those that are opening of every opinion also aren't welcome on the other side, where we do stand for something. What we stand for is different in every synagogue with every rabbi, but again, they're all tied together and woven together in that web of connection, which is our movement, our worldwide movement.
Yeah, indeed. So I know that in Europe we have movements, established movements, like two big movements in the UK. We have a movement in the Netherlands, and we have also communities in countries where there is no established movement yet, who actually are knocking at the door, and then they go through an examination process to make sure that they belong to the progressive family. So I guess maybe that's a question for Sonia, Carol, and Sergio. When you have a community coming and knocking at the door, wanting to be part of the World Union or UPJ, or the local, of the regional branch of World Union. So what would be the criteria for these communities to be included? I mean, it's not a simple question because we have pages, of course, but the main principles. I don't know. Maybe Sonia, we just went through this process recently with Poland.
This is a minefield question. No, I'll be very open, and I'm happy to be, because really, as all movements, and we've spoken about the nature of our understanding of progressive. This is not something that we copy from some, 3,000-year-old blueprint, but we develop it as we go along. And if you look at the European landscape, it's particularly poignant. And I know that other regions of the World Union are going through similar developments, and sometimes it's just, 20 years earlier or later. We are trying to develop an understanding of what non-Orthodox Judaism is like, not because we're trying to be defined by what we're not, but simply because that was the only understanding which in many European countries existed until very recently, of a Judaism which originated in Europe, which was the majority denomination within Judaism for almost 200 years, and which was wiped out, and is now, over the past 40 years, has been coming back. And I think this is an understanding of progressiveness, diversity, pluralism, which we need to understand and newly define ourselves, and which the non-Jewish world also needs to be informed about, needs to learn about, and needs to go along with us. So this is a very, very multifaceted, multi-level process, and I think, and I'm very grateful to the World Union, who's been leading the path in many countries on the European continent for us. And had we not been part of this global family, we would simply not have been able to demonstrate that progressive Judaism is an authentic mainstream form of Judaism. And I think there isn't one answer that fits all. And we will go through different phases in different countries. But as long as we keep talking, and I can only stress what Carol has just said, as long as we have Jewish learning which unites us and which we can all connect to, I think we're in a good place.
Thank you.
I would just add to that I'm fortunate. I live in Toronto. I have many opportunities. There's 8 or 10 Reform congregations here. I can pick and choose where I want to worship and be part of a community. I've traveled extensively throughout the country. That's not the situation for everybody. And one of my goals as the chair of the World Union is just to ensure that people can live meaningful Jewish lives wherever in the world they live. They don't have to live in Toronto or New York City or London to be able to have a meaningful Jewish life.
That's right.
So it's probably the situation in South Africa and maybe also in Latin America, where you have an emerging progressive world. So how is it going in your regions?
I'll let the rabbi speak first.
Okay, Eric. Okay. Okay, René, let me share with our audience our experience here in Latin America. It's clear that we need to open an ongoing process, because it's not only a standard, and it's not like the World Union or the movement. It's like a federation, an umbrella that need to choose what community come in and what community it's out of our movement. I think that we need to respect and to build this educational process. That means there are boundaries, there are limits, but it's an ongoing process and also a creative process, because we believe in dialogue. We believe that we need to sit together and to have some educational project. And also we need to make a distinction between the federations or associations and assemblies of the rabbis and the local process of the lay people on the ground in the community. Because if we don't make this distinction, we can fall in a very big mistake. That means that the people choose a rabbi and then they choose a movement, and also they choose the standard that we believe like choose. And then if we don't make this distinction, and the two things are very important, we need to have some standard to the communities, not to close the conversation, only to open it. And also the rabbis, we have some standards that we need to fulfill. That means the two things are very, very important. In Latin America, we have 7 points that is like a start-up position of checking with the community if you can sustain these 7 points that there are, like also Eric said before, there are values that we need to accept. It's impossible to accept a community that don't respect this minimum of these standards. But for us, is that this first presentation is not to make a judgment. It's not to say you are in or you are out. It's to have the common ground around all the world of the minimum of standard, but also to tailor-made to each community. What is your proposition? Because we need to learn from each community, from the new context, but because we need to be a progressive, liberal, reform movement, but we can become the orthodoxy of our movement. That means to be reformodoxis. And then we fix a standard and we say, no, you are out. You can come in because you don't fulfill the halacha like I do, because your rabbi is not from my stream, because he don't think like me. And then it's a contradiction. If we don't have some standard to contain, because we are teachers, we need to learn and we need to teach. And no, we are not like Jewish people. We are not only a religion. We are teachers, we are not priests. We don't have ecclesiastical and also hierarchical standards. And we are not a dogma. The Jewish people have a huge discussion around centuries, what you believe. But we have common practice. We have community of practices. And this is a creative and ongoing process. For that, I think that the answer is not an answer. The answer is an opportunity to fulfill a way together and to have the dialogue that we can learn and teach together.
Thank you. What there's no better way to end our session today, talking about collaboration between all the members of the communities, between all the people who are taking part in the community life, rabbis and lay leaders and congregants, all these people who have this ongoing conversation which makes the Jewish people what we are today. So thank you so much for coming from all over the world tonight to London, even virtually. So in a few minutes' time, we will have the Havdalah, which is led by LGY Netzer. And thank you for watching at this session, wherever you are in the UK or who knows, all over the world. Thank you, and Shavua Tov for those who are almost at the end of Shabbat. Bye-bye, everyone. Thank you so
Bye, Shabbat
much.
Shalom.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Shabbat Shalom.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome to Biennial at Home 2020 in your homes on Saturday evening. We have a very busy evening ahead of us with a wonderful interactive quiz starting straight after this, and then some collaborative cocktails this evening for a busy program tomorrow as well. I really hope that you have had a wonderful weekend so far. I know I've been thinking the whole way through this weekend that the person who would be missing most of all the in-person social aspect and the huge pride that he feels at these liberal Judaism gatherings would be our former chair, Simon Bencher. I can only hope that he has been watching this weekend's proceedings with a huge amount of pride, because I know that so much of his love and passion for liberal Judaism has made the foundation blocks for this weekend, has allowed us to have the confidence and the pride in ourselves to create such an exciting program. It is with absolute pleasure that I introduce this segment of the evening, which is just a chance for us to pay a small tribute to the man who used to say that he could fit me in his pocket, our former chair, Simon Bencher.
Hi, Charlie. Hi, everyone.
Hello, Simon. Thank you so much for being with us. Can I first say that we are so glad that you are with us. So many people have been following your illness and recovery and sending so much love and prayers to you that I can only, on behalf of the liberal Judaism community, say how good it is to see you. And we hope that you are feeling a little bit better.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Since you made the decision to stand down from leading what I know has been your pride and joy, liberal Judaism, we have been inundated with comments, not only from our UK communities, but from around the world. Carol Sterling was on line earlier and from the World Union of Progressive Judaism, and she shared with us how many people from the World Union have sent you their thoughts and have wished you only the best, but also thanked you so much for your contribution to not only to liberal Judaism, but to the World Union. And I remember being with you in Israel when it really blew your mind to be there, sitting overlooking the Kotel and the old city for the first time that you were in Israel, and that it was there for that amazing World Union conference. And so many of your friends from there have sent so much love and affection and want to know how proud they are to be part of a movement that you are part of. So from the World Union, from EUPJ, much love and affection. But I would like to use this opportunity to read to you just a few of the comments. And if I was going to read them all to you, Simon, then truly we would be here for the rest of the weekend, if not longer. But I'm just going to share with you a few of them. And I know that both Rabbi Andrew Goldstein and Rabbi Pete Tobias, oh, here he is. Hello.
Blimey,
Pete.
what a performance. What have you, I bet that's your fault, Simon Bencher. Have you got your fingers on the wires there? Have you keep cutting me out?
I'm trying to keep it polite, Pete. I'm really doing my best.
I understand. I realise the limitations that we're under here.
I'm trying to create a degree of control here.
What a prospect. You and me live in front of hundreds of liberal Jews. How are we going to make it through?
That's why I'm here. What we could be getting up to.
I can't hear a word he's saying. It sounds very mumbly, but then that was always the case. Anyway, Charlie, read a comment and then I'll read one. And we'll
look, no, Andrew has finally, we've let him in. Simon, this could only be your tribute with
It's perfect.
I know. It's hello, Andrew. Rabbi Dr. Andrew Goldstein has managed to join us. We've let him in the room. Andrew, I know that you've prepared. We can't hear you. Somebody unmute Andrew. Andrew, you'll have to unmute yourself. Chaos. We've had slickness up until this point. Get you three in a room, and now we have chaos.
Bring in Simon Bencher, and you're asking for trouble.
I know. Andrew, we still can't hear you. Well, Andrew, and
I
he's
think
beginning to make us feel a little seasick as well.
Yeah,
I
it'd
think
be nice if
silent
you moved
tributes are
the
always the
your
best.
camera slightly.
Oh, Andrew. No.
That works.
I'm going to start.
Right.
I'm going to read some of the comments. Pete, are you going to join me in this?
Yeah, I'll do this. I'll read them at the same time as you do.
No,
just so we
don't
can
read
write
them at the
Simon
same
really
time.
well.
Alternatively,
All right then.
I'm going to start.
Go.
Simon, there is no doubt in my mind that Simon has the biggest liberal Jewish heart. Thank you for being at the heart of liberal Judaism for so many successful years, Rabbi Aaron Goldstein.
There you go. This one's from Rabbi Dr. Margaret Jacobi, who, as you know, is Rabbi of Birmingham. So I'm going to do this in a Birmingham accent just to make it sound authentic. Says, thank you very much for being such a warm and enthusiastic leader of liberal Judaism. You're a real mensch. What does that mean? That was from Rabbi Dr. Margaret Jacobi.
Sounds just like her, Pete. Thank you for all the attention you gave us whilst chairman of Liberal Judaism, visiting our community on numerous occasions and giving us your support. We are also delighted that you've passed through a serious illness and have been restored to good health. May you enjoy many, many more years in good health with your family and friends, which include all of us. We very much hope to see you at our community again. Jeffrey Ben Nathan, President David Young, Chair Naomi Fellerman, Vice Chair Rosie Ward, Treasurer Hilary Fox, and Honorary Secretary of which community, Simon?
That's Bedfordshire.
Very good.
That's your starter for 10. Well done. Okay.
Actually, I found
guess-
the audience. I found a friend before I did that.
you haven't got any friends, you know that.
No, I've got
Actually,
people
you
I
have.
manage to almost
Based
the
on
same.
all these tributes, you've got lots of friends, mate, and I think that's a fair point to make. This one says you've been a very good friend of honour to the community and have attended many of our functions. We will miss you, Simon. Thank you, says Chrissy, who is the chair of.
No, come on, we can't keep doing this to him.
Okay, sorry. I don't know who it is either. PLJC, Peterborough.
Peterborough.
Okay.
Yes. Read the next one,
there.
Pete, as well, because it's a bit longer.
This is a very long one, but it's good because the one
Yes.
afterwards is from Manchester. I don't do Manchester accents. So this says, Simon was thrust by circumstances into becoming co-chair of Liabeck College for a time. Something well out of his comfort zone, as he frequently admitted. But I'm just reading it, mate. I'm not making any comments. But so typical of Simon, he listened. He asked the idiot question that everyone else wanted asked and thoughtfully reflected the answers back. Again, typical of Simon, whose benign presence encouraged everyone to give of their very best for the benefit of the college. Your heart never sank when you got a call from Simon, as you knew he would be positive, sympathetic, and generous as he is in all aspects of life. Liabeck College sincerely thanks Simon for his time as co-chair and for helping in the transition to a new governance model. And that's from Dr. Stephen Herman, chair of Liabeck College.
Thank you, Pete. We're going to speed up a little bit because I think otherwise we're never going to get half of them in if Pete keeps doing them in accent. Many thanks, Simon, for all the support you gave to Manchester over the years. And that's from Phyllis Alden, who I know also was, great help on biennials past. A huge thank you to Simon for his dedication to liberal Judaism and his stalwart support of Rabbi Danny Rich in his role of chief executive. And that's from Rabbi Eli Tikva Sarah.
Thanks
for everything and best wishes from Edinburgh. From Nick Silk from Edinburgh. And now it's you. I just wasn't going to risk you doing an Edinburgh accent.
Good idea. Actually, Nick doesn't have an accent. I know him. Simon was a wonderful chair for LJ. His commitment to furthering progressive Jewry was outstanding. Simon was able to visit one of our Shabbat morning services here in Stevenage and impressed our members with his friendliness. He'll be greatly missed by us, and I suspect all liberal Judaism.
Go on, you can have another one.
This one's from Ruth Seeger, the current acting chair of LJ. Simon loved liberal Judaism. He was unbelievably generous with his time, and his commitment was second to none. You don't come across that level of devotion very often.
Thank you, Pete. Thank you for all you've done as chair and for your support for emerging small communities. And that's from Natalie on behalf of 3 counties. And this is one that's... Go on, Pete, you go. No, you go, why not?
No, you. Thank you for your support of South Bucks Jewish community and commitment to liberal Judaism through many years, says Gerard Janine of South Bucks. Simon, your kindness and warmth, for your support for community and your indefatigable championing of liberal Judaism, and for your love and loyalty to the movement. You've been an example to us all, says Karen Newman of Bono. Or maybe it was Bono, I don't know. Maybe Bono himself said that, I'm not sure. Simon, liberal Judaism and the wider Jewish world is indebted to you for your devotion and inspiration, not to mention your almost live giving.
Says you should be able to.
We can hear you, Andrew.
Tell that rabbi to be quiet. It's like a circus. I don't know.
I cannot tell you. We've had smooth running. Everything has looked slick and beautiful and perfect. The second we get Simon Bencher on stage, it's like we're missing the. I've got Simon, Andrew, and Pete, and it's chaos.
And it was ever thus.
Yeah.
Don't
Well,
complain.
I know why it's chaos, but that's neither here nor there.
Exactly. Well, listen, Andrew, do you want to make a
What do you want
speech
me
now?
to do? I don't know.
Make a speech.
Make a speech.
So you can hear me?
Yes.
I will speak.
Yeah.
The best. Not only can we hear
Okay,
you, we can
fine.
see the
Well,
halo shining out of the top of
If
your
you
head.
could hurry up, I've got a Chinese coming in about 10 minutes.
And someone's going to need to mute Pete.
Okay. And you're ready for me to speak? Okay, let me just get in. Simon, this is, we've done some crazy things together. And one of the things I was going to remember was the time we had a Guinness together in Dublin. And maybe if we'd have had a Guinness, it might have been a bit better. But this is my tribute to Simon. In July 2015, the headlines in the paper said, Liberal Judaism elects a new chair. The man in question was Simon Bencher, and he told the reporter, I quote, "It's with some trepidation but enormous pride that I step into the chair of a movement that I've been part of for 5 decades." Well, I personally have known several chairmen, as we used to call them, over my lifetime in the movement, but I don't think any of them have seen the position as a long-held dream. To see the position with pride and satisfaction, usually they've been forced into the job because no one else would do it. But Simon entered it and made it clear it had always been a dream of his for many years. And the pride and satisfaction and joy stayed with him throughout the years of his tenure. And he continued in that interview in the newspaper, and I quote, "My aims for the future of liberal Judaism are simple in theory, and we have to see how simple they are in practice. Going back to our grassroots and getting hands-on with all of our 41 communities is a big part of our way forward," Simon said then. At the time, Lucian Hudson, from whom Simon was taking over, he said, and I quote, "I'm thrilled to be handing over to Simon, a big man in more than one way." Well, we all know that Simon is a big man, though I think he's lost 4 stones since his recent death-defying illness. Simple and big are the key words that come to my mind. If you visit Simon in his Aladdin's cave of a shop in the Barbican, you'll see him filling it with his presence, physically and metaphorically. And I think this was true when he chaired LJ meetings or in any of the important roles he undertook on a congregational level before that. Rabbi Richard Jacobi told me the people at Woodford used to say, if you cut Simon open, you'll find Woodford running through him like a stick of rock. Although I'm not sure a stick of rock is the right sort of figure for Simon. Woodford Liberal was more than the family shul. Simon was bar mitzvah there, as was his son Mark. It's where he met his wife Lois. It was where his late mother Betty and his wonderful father, and how we miss him. It's so wonderful. You always loved seeing you at the conferences. But his father Peter taught him the devoted service of a community. I believe Simon became the chairman twice and always been a regular shul goer. Simon believes in Judaism and practices it in his everyday life. He has a wonderful, rich singing voice. And for decades, he sung in the choir, and I believe his Kol Nidre is spine tingling. I I must admit that over the years, I knew little about Simon, except that he was always there, that he was a warm and generous human being, always first at the bar, ordering the first round. And this became his chairman's pleasure at LJ conferences, welcoming all of us with free drinks at the bar on the opening night and maybe after that. What a pity we can't all sing to drink a toast to Simon, except by Zoom this year. I'll catch up with you, Simon, and this time I'll buy you a pint the next time we meet. And I said earlier, I recall introducing Simon to the real Guinness in a Dublin bar. And that's when I got to know the real man, a mensch in many ways and great fun to be with. Simon's respectful to rabbis, and in fact, to all he came across. Because for Simon, all are equal, no airs and graces. He respects everybody, and I know he's respected by all. In the opening newspaper interview, he talked about a simple message, getting back to grassroots and connecting with our 41 liberal congregations. Well, this simple aim Simon has achieved with honour. I'm not sure how many congregational visits he made. I'm not sure if you, Simon, visited all 41, but it must have been almost so. Simon came whenever he was invited and saw the invitation as an honour, not a duty. I recall him so proud to open the Ark at a Leo Beck college ordination, or just be satisfied to sit in the congregation. He joined in with gusto and sincerity, and he attended every funeral and shiva or shul event when he was invited or where it was appropriate. As I say, Simon always seemed to be there. And there always seemed to be hidden depths. His connections bringing us to Goldsmiths Hall last year for that incredible candlelit fundraising dinner, all due to his connections. And I saw his inequalities when I was involved in private conversations with top-ranking community figures. Simon just sat there, he let the conversation flow, letting others speak their opinions. But only then, when others had had their say, did Simon chip in with the most insightful and well-thought and most valuable comments of the meeting. I'm sure it's been said many times that a bencher is a Grace After Meals booklet. Well, Simon has graced liberal Judaism with 5 years of devoted service as chair of the movement, of years of service before that as vice chair and a board member. He has graced Woodford Liberal Synagogue, and now ELELS, as officer and member, but always a devoted schlepper. Bencher, from Baruch. Simon has brought so many blessings to liberal Judaism and to so many people. We honor him by making him vice president, but he's honored us for decades, and may this long endure. Well, Simon, I made it, and that was just my own tribute to you, and I know that while you've been waiting for me to get online, many others have been read out, and if you haven't finished with those, let's hear some more of the incredible tributes that so many people are making to Simon Bencher.
Do we have time for any more, Charlie, or are we done? Over to you,
Thank
Kim.
you.
We don't have time, because if I was going to carry on, then it would LJY, and I know that are running our quiz, and I also am not sure that Simon can take any more after that quite wonderful tribute from Rabbi Andrew Goldstein, and they're still coming. They're still coming in on Facebook, right across, Simon. So I know that you'll go and check it out what I would like us to do is to raise our metaphorical glasses and to say that our toast, Simon, to you from all of your liberal Judaism family is the toast to you, Simon Bencher, as Andrew said, from the root meaning to bless. Thank you so much. The toast is Simon Bencher, L'chaim, Simon, from all of us. Thank you.
And look after yourself, you old bugger.
Good night. Please join us for the LJY quiz that you can find on the Zoom link if you've registered. If not, contact one of us and we will make sure that you get it. God bless Simon, a wonderful man with a big heart, from your very good friend, Jackie Richards. Good night for all of us here, and we will see you on Zoom.